I want to call to order this December 18th, 2019 meeting of the Arcata City Council. If you choose to do so, please join me for a flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Could I have a roll call, please? Here.
Vice Mayor Patino.
Here.
Councilmember Ornelas.
Here.
Councilmember Pereira.
Here.
Councilmember Watson is absent.
There are no ceremonial matters or reports from commissions and committees. Next is early oral communications. This 15-minute time period is provided for people to address the council on matters not on the agenda. At the conclusion of all oral communications, the council may respond to statements. Any request that requires council action will be set by the council for a future agenda or referred to staff. Speakers addressing this council will be limited to 3 minutes. All other oral and written communications will be heard at this meeting under agenda item 11. So if anybody would like to make a comment on an item that is not on the agenda, please come forward.
So, hello? Okay, doesn't matter. So, my name is Juan Nicolas Engel. I'm an MPA student, North Coast Preparatory Academy, and I'm here standing right now because we founded the club Climate Act, and we are right now 15 members. We have here 2 of our members, and we are demonstrating every school Friday. And we will do this also the whole 2020. We started this already 1 month ago, and we're not going to stop till there's really a change. And we need everybody to work together for this change because this is our future, and we have to work on this future together because everybody has his responsibility, and that's why I'm trying to demonstrate and show the people there is going to be a change, and there's solutions, and we have really to work together, how I said that, and it has to be faster, and there has to be more action than there has ever been before. And so the awareness is really important that people are aware of, and there should also be more education in schools and everywhere so that everybody's informed what's happening right now. For example, the Amazonas rainforest is still burning. We lost already 35% in only 1 month, and it's tremendous. This number is not even imaginable in this biodiversity which we have there. So we really, really have to find solutions in a peaceful way, but we have to be fast, and they have to be really, they should really help everyone, and we need everybody for this. So, and just for an example, right now we have a lot to do in school, but we still have so much more to do for our future, for the things we will experience in our future, and the things which other people, new generations, my brothers, my sisters, will all experience. And I don't want to take away the possibility which we have right now and which we enjoy, and we'll have to take away the things which we have right now to give them the possibility to have the same things. And so, yeah, there's a lot to do. I don't want to take any more time. And there's just a poster which is saying, there is no planet B. It's really famous, and it's just talking about that we have to work with this planet and not with any other planet. And I have some contact information if someone is interested. And so, yeah, anybody can take them, and we are really happy to work with everybody together because everybody is part of this and part of this planet. So thank you very much for listening.
I'm going to try and read this. Good evening, everyone. And I wanted to tell you about something that happened. I was having a difficult night a few nights ago. It was the middle of the night, and I was just having an argument with myself. And I just went on, and finally, I just kind of gave up. And what came up, floating up into my mind after I stopped and let it go was what I call a haiku. Now, it is an illegal haiku because it's not the right number of syllables, but I call it a haiku anyway, and this is what it is. My heart flows like the song of water, illuminating stones, fish, the water utsal. That's it. And I'll give you a little hint that John Muir is the one who wrote about the water utsal. And now I just want to say thank you, everybody who works so hard for all of us here in Arcata. Once more, and that you have all good holidays. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name's Paul Nicholson. I'm commonly known around Humboldt County as the 911 guy, and I have a license plate to prove it. I go and talk to all the schools from Blue Lake to Trinidad to Scotia and in between, and I teach the kids how and when to dial 911. So kids are my passion. When I saw the ACES conference with Senator McGuire a few weeks ago, I went up to him and I talked to him about an idea, and he was excited. I've talked to the chief here. I've talked to Eureka Chief, Fortuna, Humboldt Sheriff, CHP. Everybody likes it, and all the superintendents. So I thought I'd just give you a copy of a letter of what I'm talking about. And the basic thing is the communication. My daughter is a teacher, and she mentioned to me how tough it was when the power outages occurred and no communications. So she suggested that everybody have radios. I talked to the senator about that and told him it was really critical with communications for any kind of emergency, including shooters. And we've talked about that, and he's very interested in proposing a bill to pay for radios for all the teachers and support personnel at the schools. And so I have some real good traction on it, and he's going to be calling me on January 3rd. So I'm just going to give you the points. So if you decide to send a letter to him, and just there's a fax number on there, you can get it to him. It's just a great idea. All the police, like I say, are very excited about it. So I have a letter for that, and I'm just going to give you a copy of what I give to all the schools too, because there's something in there that I send home to all the children, with all the children to the parents, and I can guarantee you there'll be something you don't know, because I've been doing this for 20 years, and I found something out last year, and so I highlighted it in yellow on my card, so I'm a little bit surprised. I'm always learning things, so I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you about this, and I hope I can get this done for the security and safety of all the children. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
For purposes of today, my name is Joanne McGreta. I was given that name by a person who's heard me speak in front of the council, and so I adopt it for these purposes to talk about climate emergency. And I really appreciate the young person coming to speak before you, because it will take the leadership from the young at this point, it looks like, for us to take any action on real, definitive, urgent, meaningful, productive action on climate change. I do want to remind us that we are on ancestral Wiyot land, and I do want to say his name, David Josiah Lawson. But what I really want to talk about today is the year 2020 as a clear vision for all of us to move into this new year in a clear vision of responding intensely to a climate emergency, which is the reality. Yesterday's vote in the Board of Supervisors was a very, very important sign that we need to take action, but we need to take the right kind of action. So I'm just hoping that folks here will recognize that come 2020, let's do something significant and tell people what we're doing so that they know and they can join in and join along. I had the opportunity of reading a blog just earlier today by Jane Fonda, who will turn 82 on Saturday, and she was reminiscing about her life, particularly in the last few weeks of her being in Washington, D.C. With the Fire Drill Fridays. And she says Fire Drill Fridays need to be active all over the country, all over the world, and action needs to be taken. And if it means nonviolent civil disobedience, so be it. And so I just want to urge our city council here in Arcata, you've declared a climate emergency. Please, 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 let's show some action, talk about the action we're taking so that we can move together peacefully into the new year, doing something to help us adapt and deal with the emergency at hand that's global, but also local. So I just want to remind you that our house is on fire. I want you to panic because our house is on fire. It is a crisis, so we need to start acting like it is a crisis. How dare we take action now? And please, no more business as usual. Thank you.
If anyone else would like to speak on a matter not on the agenda, please come forward.
Plaza of Arcata, Plaza Point. First of all, I want to thank the council for this previous year for the agenda items that were brought forth and the overarching umbrella that was brought about to each agenda item. Put a process in place that we could attack some of the seemingly intractable problems that we face. That's parking, greening the city, and waste reduction, becoming zero waste, and all the things we do. But the primary thing that's going to take a whole lot of money, we need to consider, we're approaching an era of 2020 hindsight, both metaphorically and chronologically. And one of the greatest things this city and every city in the world is going to face is water. Water retention, water storage capacity, water production, and water delivery will not be sufficient in the future the way we've done it. There's going to have to be, it's going to take a lot of money, a lot of planning, and a whole lot of new ideas. So the Harmony Patrol is going door to door across the city to ask every citizen to register to vote, to stand up for what's important for us as a community, and everything is connected. And so I just want to say that increasingly the citizens are going to look to our local municipalities to solve seemingly intractable problems, and not anywhere else. We have to start somewhere. So as we look into the new year, I hope we all take into heart that public service announcement that's brought to us by generations who are yet unborn, who demand of us now to leave the oil in the soil so the earth will not despoil. In the name of Father Sky and Mother Earth, we must cease and desist the violation of the place of our sacred and common birth. I know we can do it. I know we have the expertise here. I know we can be a leader in conserving water, becoming zero waste, and it's going to have to come from the City Council and your authority to educate, to find ways to involve citizens in participation in believing that we can make a difference before it's too late. Thank you.
To speak on a matter not on the agenda, please come forward.
Am I correct in that there's another part of this meeting at the very end where I can speak again? Okay,
That is correct.
I'm going to take that. Thanks.
So if anyone else would like to come forward and speak on a matter not on the agenda, please come forward. Seeing no one, I will close public comment.
Mayor, I would just like to point out to the man, I don't know if he's still here, but maybe it can get the message, that KMUD, which is a radio station around here, they were giving out these Sea Crane radios, and they are actually made here in Humboldt County. I believe they're made for tuna or something like that, and they're solar powered. If you join KMUD, they'll send you one, actually. I got one, yay. They're pretty handy, so I just thought I'd point that out, because having a radio, if you don't have electricity, can last as long as you've got batteries, but if you can power it up every day, it helps. So just wanted to point that out. They're called Sea Crane.
Susan, what was he talking about? Just radios, or were public school walkie-talkie, two-way radios
okay.
for all the teachers?
Well, because, I mean, truly, having a radio during that public outage was very helpful. I was able to listen to the
Yeah.
radio. I was able to keep on top of
Yeah.
the news, and so it was just, I just thought I'd mention
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
It's a local product also,
Yeah.
and it's solar powered, and so anyway.
Right. Now that the Terrigen project is not going to be built, there's even more need to make sure that we get the offshore wind project built as soon as possible. The city also has what we call the all-electric initiative, which when we implement it, will require that all new construction be all electric and use no fossil fuels. And longer term, with a 15-year time frame, that we would eliminate use of natural gas completely within Arcata. So those are major ways where we can reduce greenhouse gas emissions. At the level of Redwood Coast Energy Authority, RCA has a goal to have all the electricity that they deliver, which is more than 90% of the electricity in the county, come from renewable sources, and by 2030 have it all come from local renewable sources. So those are ways where we're very actively working to reduce and gradually eliminate our greenhouse gas emissions here in Humboldt County. Next is the consent calendar. All matters on the consent calendar are considered to be routine by the City Council and are enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of any of these items. If discussion is required, that item is removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. At the end of the reading of the consent calendar, council members or members of the public can request that an item be removed for separate discussion. A, biweekly report on general warrants. B, adopt ordinance number 1522, amending the Arcata Municipal Code pertaining to the California Building Code and companion codes, Title 8, Building Regulations, Chapter 1, Building Codes, Articles 1 through 9, 11, 13, and 14, waive reading of the text and consent to read by title only. C, adopt resolution number 190-34, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata, amending the class and pay resolution for Arcata Police Association to reflect the remaining negotiated salary increases for the MOU term of 7/1/19 through 6/30/21. D, adopt resolution number 190-35, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata, amending the class and pay resolution for International Union of Operating Engineers Local Number 3 to reflect the remaining negotiated salary increases for the MOU terms 7/1/19 through 6/30/21. E, adopt resolution number 190-36, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata, adopting the class and pay resolution for management, mid-management, confidential, and appointed employees to reflect the remaining scheduled salary increases. F, adopt resolution number 190-42, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata, amending the class and pay resolution, compensation and benefits for hourly rated, part-time, temporary, and seasonal personnel to reflect 1/1/20 changes in state minimum wages. G, adopt resolution number 190-41, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata, establishing the City of Arcata discontinuation of residential water service policy. H, adopt resolution 190-43, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata authorizing the city manager to execute a memorandum of understanding with the Institute for Local Governments to participate in the California Strategic Growth Council's Boost Pilot Program. I adopt a proclamation designating May 24th as Judy Berry Day in the city of Arcata. And J, cancel the January 15th, 2020 regular city council meeting and reschedule to January 16th, 2020. Would any member of the council like to remove an item? Would any member of the public like to remove an item? Could I have a
I'll make a motion
please?
to approve the consent calendar.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All right, passed.
I would like to just say something to Joanne, that H is also addressing climate change action. We're working with the Local Government Commission, I believe it is, and the, what is it, the ILG, anyway, we're working with the Strategic Growth Council, addressing some of our policies, different things about climate change.
Next is old business. Item A, recommendation to adopt Resolution 190-40, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata adopting the Arcata 6th Cycle 2019-2027 housing element and adopt California Environmental Quality Act addendum to the 2014 negative declaration and common sense exception. Could I have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you. At the December 4th City Council meeting, our director gave an overview of the housing element process, including some of the public engagement process that happened and comments received by Housing and Community Development HCD staff, and discussed the changes that HCD had requested that were pending review and approval. Shortly after that meeting, the city received a letter from HCD stating that the draft housing element met the statutory requirements of housing element law. We brought that to the Planning Commission, who reviewed the draft approved by HCD at their last meeting and adopted Resolution PC 1908, recommending that the City Council adopt the housing element update and addendum to the negative declaration and notice of exemption for the common sense rule. Tonight, staff is requesting that the council adopt the resolution 190-40, and once that's adopted, the staff will forward the housing element to HCD for certification prior to the December 29th deadline in order to remain on an 8-year planning cycle. I'm happy to answer any questions from council and open it up to public comment. I know we've gone over quite a lot of the information that's in here several times, but again, I'm happy to answer any questions that you have or comments that you have going forward.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I was watching this online because I missed the December 4th meeting, and it's frustrating to watch because we don't have a camera on what people are talking about. So we have a camera on staff or on the council or on a person making a comment, but you don't see the pictures and you don't see what they're talking about, and it's really frustrating. So I just wanted to give that information. I think we have it. I think I've seen it before where it's scanned over to there. It didn't scan over to there. It just kept focusing on staff and council and stuff. So anyway, that was my experience. So I just wanted to bring that forward. And then I had a question, and I don't want to go too long on this because I realize I missed the meeting and probably these things have all been answered. But one thing I didn't fully understand was on packet page 91. And it's in that table 3.3, quantified objective summary. And there was a little part of me that was kind of laughing about this because it's just kind of mind-numbing, some of the language that's used here. But besides that, you kind of get used to it. I was trying to figure out what the new construction was. And just can you explain that chart to me? Because I couldn't explain it to somebody.
Yeah, so the quantified objective summary table is intended to take the allocation, the raw allocation that came out of the regional housing needs, and then reduce that raw allocation by permits that were received within that first year. So that first line permits 1/1 to 10/4/19 are actual permits for housing developments. So from the fair share allocation, for example, under the extremely low 71 units, we reduce it by 5, And so we are required to provide new construction in our upcoming housing element for 66 more units. And the total between those new construction numbers and the permits we've already received are 71. HCD will also allow you to credit rehabilitation and preservation for low-income housing units. And so, to an extent. And so those units are also identified in this table.
Okay, I think I can understand that.
Yeah, so it's really trying to take what the raw number is and then adjust it for what's already happened or what the preservation efforts might be.
Okay, so preservation, what does that mean in this context?
The preservation, those units are units that are at risk of not being assisted by HUD Section 8, and they're actually the Humboldt Plaza apartments that are right now renewing their HCD contract, and we've talked to them several times. They've sent us a letter saying that they are going to renew, so they will continue to be affordable, but at the moment, they are in a negotiation period, and so they're considered at risk.
Okay. And then I just have one other question, just since I'm looking at this chart. Do we have a plan for the 262 above moderate? And probably it's in here. And I did do a fair amount of reading, but I didn't quite follow that.
Sure. So if you read through some of the rest of the housing implementation measures, a lot of the units that would be considered above moderate would be, and I know it's a little strange because there's the definition of above moderate. People have different interpretations of what that means, but it's really an affordability index, what above moderate would be. And so some of like the normal accessory dwelling units would be maybe considered above moderate. Single-family homes would be considered above moderate. And so there are implementation measures in the housing element that identify ways that that can be addressed as well.
Okay, thank you.
It's a little more restrictive what we count towards low and very low. Those have to be, there's more restrictions on what can be counted for those as far as vacant sites and regulatory agreements, those kind of things that would restrict those to low and very low. So it's a little easier to count something as above moderate than it is. You have to really explain why you're counting something in the other categories.
Okay, thanks.
And just to address the total number, part of what we have to do with the housing element is determine whether or not we have sites that could produce that number of units. And so for the above moderate, I believe, I was looking for the table, but I believe we have all of the available sites we need to meet that particular income group. Where we're really lacking is in the low and very low, and so we have some programs and implementation measures to try and increase the housing potential for those income groups.
Okay, thanks.
All right. I didn't see if we have any provision for risk from sea level rise as far as threatening the number of units that are available now that might not be available in the future if they were inundated.
The housing element is an 8-year plan, and so we don't anticipate any impacts from sea level rise to affect our housing stock in 8 years. But we definitely do have long-range planning efforts that are identified as implementation measures in the housing element to address climate change impacts.
So any other comments from council? All right. I'm going to open this up to public comments. So if any member of the public would like to comment on this item, please come forward. Seeing none, I will take it back to council.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 19040, adopting the City of Arcata 6-cycle 2019-2027 housing element and California Environmental Quality Act addendum to the 2014 negative declaration and common sense exemption.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
I have to laugh a little. Common sense exemption. I think we get accused of that kind of often, but it's just funny to have it sitting there. Anyway.
Common sense is often uncommon. All right. All right. Next is old business item B, receive an update on City of Arcata emergency preparedness. Could I have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. On November 13th, the council held a special meeting to review both the October and the November public safety power shutoffs, PSPS events, and discuss sort of overall city emergency preparedness measures. There were several follow-up questions that came from the council at that meeting, and the written staff report tonight was to address those questions. I'll just summarize it quickly tonight and then be available to answer any additional questions that you might have. The questions that the council asked for additional review on was just to be provided with a list of our generators, an estimate of what we believe our current staff training needs are and the cost for those, updating of all the red curbs painted in front of the fire hydrants, development of a one-page flyer on emergency preparedness that could go in as a utility bill insert, and a banner that could be used to encourage preparedness. And then just what I will term as sort of a mini capital improvement program, or a list of critical items that the city needs to better prepare for the next emergency. So just in sort of quick summary, in terms of generators, the city has 14 generators. They do range in age from 4 years to 33 years. I think many of you saw the 33-year-old generator we have that powers the community center, but it did work through our 2 PSPS events. And there is an entire list that was in your staff report that I'm happy to answer questions about. In terms of staff training needs, what's before you, there was a report that the police department put together as an attachment, but staff's recommendation right now is a combination of what we call CERT and ICS, or Incident Command System Training. CERT is really kind of an all-inclusive program that would help employees whether they were responding at home in a neighborhood or here at work, and it really dovetails in throughout sort of all of the Humboldt County emergency response protocols. But in addition to that, the incident command system is really what local governments use, both in police and fire, to respond to small and large incidences. So to have a level of understanding and readiness for all of our staff in that would also be beneficial moving forward. The city has instituted some of those trainings, and we've got some staff this week at a 3-day training, I think it is, in Blue Lake, then those 3 staff will come back and will start to help set out the training needs for us moving forward. In terms of updating red curbs, staff does routinely refresh red curbs, but we will do a concerted effort to go through that this year and are in that process. The public education 1-page and the banner, both of those have been completed and are just in the process of being produced, and we're getting quotes on the cost of the banner right now, and some of that detail was in your packet. In terms of many sort of capital improvement programs, the city prepared a list of really the top equipment that we would benefit from to be able to respond to emergencies. We did apply. The state put out sort of this quick call for potential applications for specific equipment to respond to PSPS events. It was a tad ironic that it came out during a PSPS event, and the initial date required you to respond before the event was over, but they did give us a week extension on that. And we would have made the deadline either way. But the city really identified our most critical items through that grant process as being 4 additional generators and 2 above ground fuel tanks. And so the costs of those were provided. We did ask for a total funding of $281,500 for those, and I suspect we should hear during the first quarter of 2020 on that grant. In addition to that, I'd say the next most critical need is for us to identify a larger emergency operations center. In all of our old planning documents, and currently the identified, what we call EOC, or Operations Center, is located in the police department. The police department we've had a series of regulatory changes that have required us to really lock down in terms of security and access. So it makes it very difficult for non-police departmental staff to really be able to access freely those spaces. So and it also is just very undersized. So looking at a larger space, we will be bringing forth some recommendations to the council as we move through the budget process. So just a quick update on those questions, and then I'm here if you have additional review that you'd like to see.
Just thinking about this, and I remember in our discussion, I mean, one of the most dangerous things that happens there is people dig out their own old generator, maybe their dad's generator, and they're like, oh, I can figure it out. And then you try to use it, and that's what causes a fire, and people don't know how to use them. So I was just thinking maybe we could put together some kind of a community service ad that could even be run while we have breaks here at City Council. Something that just demonstrates the correct use and where to place it and make sure it has the air. You don't even just open your garage, which I would have the inclination to do that, like put it in the garage and open the garage door. That's good enough. It's not good enough. So people need to know that. And we're not raised to, many of us aren't, maybe some people are, but many people aren't raised to know how to run it or use a generator. And not that I'm really recommending generators in many ways. I think it's better just to kind of chill and read a book. But, if you need a generator, then, you should know how to use it correctly. So I would like, if we could put that together, I think it would be helpful.
Yeah, we have actually put together some material. Our building official had material prepared the day after the fire to start getting out to the community, and then he's worked with our communication specialist, Kati, to put together at least some press releases. And so those have been released, and they are available on our website. But in terms of something that would be a little bit shorter that we could put up during break times.
We're such a visual society.
Yeah, we heard a pretty daunting number, and I don't know how accurate it was, but that, close to 3,000 generators were purchased between the two PSPS events in Humboldt County alone. So that is a lot of new people that are potentially utilizing generators. And if we now go a whole nother year before they start those up again, when they read their initial information, it can certainly go stale.
Yeah, thank you.
So are you thinking that we could have a generator rights and wrongs pamphlet, like how to use a generator, what to look out for?
We do have that.
We have that.
Yeah. But what I'm also hearing is something that would be a little bit more of a how-to, a short video component with that of, this is safe, this is not, here's how you start it, here's how you fill it. And I know the fire department is also working on some stuff, so we'll coordinate with them to make sure that we're not duplicating information that they'll be getting out as well.
Thanks.
I think all of this looks really good. I think it'd be really exciting if we could really have an initiative to have our employees get CERT trained. I mean, I just really want to underscore the incredible investment that would be for our community to have that as a resource, because we do have CERT volunteers. I think we have one here in the room. And CERT's really an important asset. So yeah, for both responding, on behalf of the city, but just also in neighborhoods across not just Arcata, but the county. That would just be a really great asset. I also just want to highlight in terms of training opportunities. I know our staff are aware of this because they're at training this week and such, but Blue Lake Rancheria, their Resiliency Training and Innovation Center, does provide a lot of no-cost trainings to local agencies. And so hopefully there's also opportunities to talk with their planning committee to see if not only for our agency, but for other local agencies, that there could be identified trainings that would be useful to city staff.
Speaking about that, that CERT training, so how are we funding that? Maybe I missed it in here.
It is not funded at this time. Our estimated cost for full CERT training for all full-time employees, and then what I've sort of categorized as special volunteers. So certainly our volunteer patrol that's going to respond during that period. We do have volunteers within our CERT team. Some of them have been through full training, some of them have not. We're estimating between $20,000 and $25,000 to complete that. So we don't currently have that budgeted. We will look at where we are at mid-year. We can have that conversation at that point, or we will do our best to build that into our budget as we build for 2021.
You'll remember to put it in there.
I will.
Thank you.
Yes.
RCA is working with PG&E to try to island Humboldt County, which would mean that in the event of a public safety power shutdown due to fire conditions outside the county, if this is successfully implemented, that we would be able to operate the county on the local biomass power plants and the local natural gas power plant by disconnecting from the outside grid. So that's a goal of RCA that they would like to implement by fall of next year. So if any member of the public would like to comment on this item, please come forward.
My name's Joanne McGreta, and I, on the first power shutdown on October 9th, walked around literally the city of Arcata, trying to figure out what was happening, who had information about how to, we respond and what was going on. And I was a little disappointed in there wasn't the obvious places to go for me to get information. First place I thought of was here, City Hall, and I came and there was very little presence of people saying, can I help you, what do you need, this and that. I went over to the community center, had heard about the challenges they'd had with their generator on that day. Health Sport was all closed, the library was closed. These are where people, I think, may need to think to go, and I really think it's important that the city really communicate to the residents of the city of when we do have emergency situations like this, they're there for the residents of the city hall and the library. And I know library's kind of county connected, but places that you would think that are gathering places and that you could come and get some information. And I was actually pretty disappointed. I really think education on generators, including the amount of carbon emissions these gas generators emit, and does everybody really need to use a generator, and maybe shared generators to reduce the amount of gasoline. I mean, this is one of those climate emergency type of issues that we really need to look at. You said 3,000 people, 3,000 generators were obtained after the first shutdown. This is pretty remarkable, and SHOT Center came out with some reports about the carbon emissions of gasoline generators. So I just really want us to be really in the vanguard. We can be in the vanguard of all this and just really think it through about what's going to happen and where do you go and who can help, and what do we need to do to come together? And that's all I want to say. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Sean Armstrong. I'm a resident of Arcata. And I wanted to follow up with that. One of the most impressive things I've seen is people using cars as backups, electric cars, as a backup to a building. So this is something that Redwood Energy does now as a professional task as we help out low-income developers back up apartment complexes with a car. An electric car can last you days, and it can store the solar energy and actually island the entire development. So since these power outages are going to be a consequence of climate change in all the years to come, as well as occasional natural disasters of our own, we, as a city, could start illustrating with some of the cities, our electric vehicles, this practice. Kevin over at Solutions does this now. The fire over on the east side of the plaza didn't have to happen. If Kevin had had his car plugged into that building helping out the restaurant, there would have been no generator. He's been doing it for more than 20 years, I think now, ever since Arcata electric car is a practice. So I think there's a long tradition of Arcata innovating in how to do backup power without combustion, which nearly took out a quarter of our plaza. It seems like that's very dangerous for the minimal benefits we got. Thank you.
Thank you. If anyone else would like to comment on this item, please come forward.
I was just wondering, what happens if there's a tsunami warning when this all goes down and none of our phones work? And is it the same thing that happens when there's a tsunami generally, like the fire department thing goes off or something? That's all.
If anyone else would like to comment on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, I will close public comment, and I don't know if we can have an answer to the question from the public.
Yeah, the city does have a tsunami siren. It is located within the tsunami zone, and it would be alerted if a tsunami warning came in, whether that was during a power shutdown or not. That tsunami warning sign does have generator backup associated with their corporation yard, so We have a tsunami response plan, which also, I mean, it depends. Sometimes we know that we get 15 minutes of notification, or we might have 6-8 hours of notification. So our plan varies depending on the level of notification and whether or not we can start really going door to door and start doing a full evacuation, or whether we're just doing blasting announcements that you've got 15 minutes and get out. So.
I'd like to add something to that, because I was listening to, maybe it was Lori Dangler talking about it, and she was saying you can expect a tsunami warning siren to go off if there was an earthquake in Japan or something like that, something where we have notice and we have 6 hours or whatever we expect for it to come. If a tsunami occurs here, we have an earthquake and a tsunami occurs, you know, what she was basically saying is we are all really on our own. I mean, we have to learn to read it, like if you see the water going way out and you're like, that's weird, anticipate. That's a tsunami warning, you know. Don't be hanging there right by the shore thinking, oh, interesting, you know, just start to get to high ground. And so that's where she's really, you know, was talking about the importance of us to relate to our neighbors, to get to know our neighbors, understand what they need, talk to them, find out if there's someone specific in your neighborhood who maybe needs more attention than others, and to inform yourself on what tsunami signs look like, because we live in an earthquake region. And so, and don't be thinking, because if we have some kind of an earthquake here and a tsunami should come, the officials who are, say, the CERT-trained people or the police or the fire, they will be dealing with that issue. They'll be dealing with, you know, broken gas lines, things along those lines. So her main point was no one's going to come and save you, which is, I mean, a little sad story there, but it really boils down to that we all need ourselves. We need to educate ourselves, be aware of it, and help each other, help our neighbors.
I'll just add to that. I think I think it was over the summer where we had a relatively small earthquake. I think it was like 5 point something, and I was out in Samoa when the earthquake happened. And that's your tsunami warning. And luckily, it was not a severe enough earthquake that it resulted in a tsunami, but that's the warning that we will very likely get. And you have 10 minutes to make sure that you get to higher land. So I think just for wherever you are, if you're in the lower lying area and you're not exactly sure, it's always better to be safe and just get yourself to higher land.
So any comment? Next is new business. Item A, consider approval of the Creekside Mixed Occupancy Residential Annexation Project that I'm going to disclose that I do paid energy consulting work for Danco, so I will be recusing myself on this item and turning it over to Vice Mayor Patino to preside.
As you're getting settled, I will just confirm I did check in with our audiovisual, and I'm not sure what happened on the meeting that you observed, but he does have the feed for the slide projector plugged in tonight, and whatever is on the slideshow will be available on the screen tonight.
I felt like I'd seen that before and was just a little disappointed to see it not happen, so maybe it just didn't happen that night.
Okay, well, let's continue as this new business, and we're going to consider the approval of the Creekside Mixed Occupancy Residential Annexation Project. And I'll read this paragraph. The project will annex private and public properties into the city of Arcata. The private property will include a mix of occupancies and types of housing. The public properties include transportation networks, open space, and Ennis Park. The project will require a range of entitlements, general plan and land use code amendments, and a development agreement. In addition, the project includes several habitat restoration elements, a permanent agricultural conservation easement, the installation of bike ped trails, and a contribution to the improvements to the city's public infrastructure, including water, wastewater, and transportation. The hearing's intended to provide the City Council with an overview of the project, consider the Planning Commission's recommendation, and consider approval of the project. The council should continue this meeting, this hearing to a date certain. Okay, so it's over to you, David. Thank you.
Good evening, Vice Mayor and council members. Before we get started on the formal staff report, I just wanted to point out a couple of items that were handed out to you at the dais. We have some of the project maps. There are a couple of copies here for the public if they're interested in seeing them. I don't have too terribly many, but there are a few available. And those are to help you walk through the project and be able to give you the opportunity to ask specific questions about those maps as we walk through the project. In addition, before I get started, we'd like to make sure that we have an opportunity to disclose ex parte communications. And I did want to acknowledge to folks who turned items in after the packet was prepared, but before tonight, that your comments were provided to the City Council in a packet to them this evening, and that'll be appended to the record.
In response to, well, I'll wait. I'll wait till he's settled.
Yeah.
So in response to the ex parte, at this point, I can't recall that I have any, so.
Yeah, I don't think I have any either, except for like a few years ago, meeting with Dan to talk about this project, but that's all I really recall.
So let's see, November 18th, I had a meeting on homelessness with Mr. Sean Armstrong. This was something that he did bring up, and so just some of my notes from the comments that he shared with me, we did not engage in a conversation about it. So some of the points that were made to me were that the Planning Commission approved the residential development, but not the access, the road access, I think is what my notes are referring to, that it's an opportunity to promote bike-friendly transportation, and that it's roughly 2/3 the size of Sunny Brae. I hope I got those notes right. I also believe all of us, or most of us on the council, were tagged in several Facebook posts by Mr. Armstrong that also stated opinions about this matter, so I just wanted to disclose that as well.
Okay, and so I wanted to orient you also to some of the attachments before we get started, and I'll reference some of these attachments through the, through the staff report. In the packet page 373 is the list of attachments that are included. They include the notice of availability, which is the formal notice under CEQA to the public that the EIR is available. There are some maps of the annexation areas and the housing project site plan, attachments B and C. Attachment D is a reference to the Creekside EIR, both the draft and final, which are online and available there. I did not include them in the packet, but make reference to them, incorporate them by reference. There's resolution number 19037, which is the resolution that not tonight, but ultimately we'll ask the City Council to consider adopting, which will certify the EIR and adopt findings of fact and statement of overriding consideration. I'll get into a little more detail what those are. This project will require a development agreement, and so we don't have a draft of the ordinance yet, but we do have the terms in attachment F that I'd like to make sure that you have the opportunity to weigh in on. And In order to annex the properties, we're required to review the fiscal analysis. That's attachment G. I don't mention that in too much detail in the staff report, but if you have questions about that, we can go over it. Then finally, public comment is included as attachment H that was received as of Thursday of last week. And I have draft approval documents that will be finalized. There are still some minor edits that need to be made to them. But I really wanted you to have all of this information at this first hearing where we're not asking for any approvals to ensure that you have adequate time to really digest the materials that are before you. There's a lot of materials. It is a fairly large housing project for the types of projects that come through City Council and Planning Commission review. But it's also fairly simplistic. There's not a lot of moving parts to it. But due to the public disclosure associated with the environmental impact report, there's a huge body of paperwork documenting both those impacts that are associated with the project and disclosing those to the public, as well as identifying the mitigation measures. So let me just walk you through a staff report visually. I'm going to start sort of super high level and talk about the process. I know there have been some questions of the public related to this, and I want to make sure that the City Council understands as well what it is that we're doing. So the approval process starts with the environmental impact report. Before any of the actions can be taken to approve the project, we have to evaluate the environmental impacts, disclose those, and then come up with feasible mitigation measures. Because there are some impacts associated with this project that are significant, even after incorporating feasible mitigation, we are looking at adopting findings of fact, which would certify the facts about those impacts, and a statement of overriding considerations for this project. The statement of overriding considerations is really the document that says that we recognize there's an environmental impact, but there are social or economic reasons why we want to improve the project, even in spite of those environmental impacts. And so we'll get into those in more detail as we walk through the document. After those environmental impact report documents have been adopted, and that's your first resolution that we'd ask you to adopt, there are a number of changes to our general plan and our boundaries and our zoning that need to be made. So this project, we're starting with a parcel that's in the county. We're going to be bringing it into the city. That's an annexation. We have a resolution for that, which is in your approval documents. And that's going to amend several different elements of the general plan. Right now, our city boundary, for example, is represented in many different maps in the general plan. And so those all need to be updated and changed and amended. We're also incorporating a new land use designation for this property when we bring it in. That'll be changed and amended. The development agreement and zoning amendments are both going to be adopted by ordinance. Those will take 2 readings. But the development agreement will allow the city to take advantage of the terms that are in attachment F, primarily that the developer is evaluating the environmental impact of incorporating Innis Park into the city. And then also there are some financial exchanges for impacts associated with traffic and wastewater. Lying under those are several entitlements. These are traditional land use planning decisions. At this time, the City Council will be reviewing in its first round of approvals a plan development permit. One of the zoning amendments will be to establish a plan development permit zone, overlay zone on top of the property. And because of the types of development that are proposed on the property, and because it'll have that zoning overlay, we need to adopt a plan development permit. And at this point, there's a minor subdivision. I'll show you what that minor subdivision is shortly. But there's only one subdivision that's to occur at this time, and that's to split the parcel into 3 for future subdivision. There are a number of other actions that will happen later. The Planning Commission will take up consideration of the major subdivision to establish the parcels, and we'll look at those in a moment. Design review associated with it. There are a number of easements and other actions that other entities will be approving to accomplish the work associated with this project. All of that ties to the environmental impact report. Now, the environmental impact report is taken in two parts. There's the draft EIR and the final EIR that work together. Oftentimes when you have a draft and a final, the final replaces the draft and then you're done with the draft and you move on to the final. The way that these documents work is that they work in concert. When you're certifying the EIR, you'll be certifying that entire body of work. The draft EIR is really intended for a public disclosure document to evaluate the impacts of the project, to notify public and agencies so that they can weigh in and to evaluate the alternatives primarily. Whereas the final EIR is intended to take that public comment that you received during the draft EIR circulation period and respond to it and decide whether or not there are changes to the project that need to be made yet, or if you've conducted enough environmental review. And then, as I had mentioned previously, this particular project will have findings of fact and a statement of overriding consideration. So I just want to walk you through the project and orient you real quick to what the actions are. And the circle that you see in the center is the plaza, and the T is the intersection of Foster and Alliance. It's nearby the project site, which is located here, just outside the city boundary. The project also includes Innes Park, which is adjacent to and around the corner from the project site. And then there are other mitigation sites that are referenced in the draft EIR, including conservation easement on lands just to the west, and then some mitigation that'll happen up in the forest on lands that we own. In addition, the project will include several trails that extend beyond the project boundaries, improvements to roads, and various other things that we can go into in a little more detail. Most of these figures come out of the draft EIR. This is figure 1E, and it shows the project areas that are being annexed. And so here's the subject site, and again, north is off to the left here in this view. Here's the subject site. We'll be annexing the roads immediately adjacent to and the railroad right-of-way immediately adjacent to the subject site. There's a portion of Q Street that'll be annexed, and then this portion here is Innes Park. All of those annexations will be included in one application. The environmental review that's happening under this draft environmental review document takes care of all of the environmental review for all of those actions. The project on the subject site, this is the subject site again, with topo lines in green behind it, will be subdivided into these three larger parcels. One here, one in the middle, and then one to the side here. And we'll see in the subject site that they'll be used for different types of housing, each of these three different parcels. And you can see Foster Avenue here. So this is the entitlement that'll be taken during this, this consideration, this first consideration by council as a minor subdivision. The area of consideration, again, includes Innes Park, and then a connection between the subject site and Wyatt here. And this is partially for non-motorized egress and ingress, for a trail system that will connect to the regional trail, which will eventually be placed on this railroad right-of-way, which will be an extension of the Hammond Trail out to Janes Road. And so it'll provide connectivity, non-motorized connectivity between this side and this side of Foster Avenue, south of Alliance. Through that trail system. One of the recommendations of the Transportation Safety Committee was to make this a segregated bike trail, and so that's been incorporated as a condition as well. There are also some ancillary easements that need to be garnered yet, but we hope to have this be another trail system that goes up to Alliance, closer to Westwood Market. And then there's a proposed connectivity between what I refer to as Foster East and Foster West, and we'll look at this in a little more detail later, but a crossing of the creek here, Janes Creek there. This is a closer view of the site plan for the housing project, and it kind of outlines the housing types here, showing cottages to the south, memory care facility in the middle, and then single-family homes with second units planned for as you get to the north on the site. Now, the way this is the current plan for the project, the way that the approval documents have been designed, the PD would also allow for this area to be single-family if the financing for this particular type of project can't be financed. But at this point, they're pushing forward to try and get a memory care facility here. And again, here's the right-of-way to public ingress for this project over on this side. The total number of housing units and the phase-in for these housing units is in Chapter 1 of the draft EIR. And it shows, modest development of the single-family and ADUs that are associated with those single-family lots over 5 years. Now, this is obviously, what's planned. It'll largely be dependent on market forces, and the applicant can talk to you a little bit more about that. The anticipated timeline for the senior restricted cottages and assisted living units, both of which will likely have affordable components that will require timing to line up the financing, will happen later, including up to 6 or so years from approval. And the total number of housing units, is 189 when all is said and done. So transitioning briefly here to the environmental impact report, what were the outcomes of that? The environmental impact report is chaptered. The draft EIR goes by impact areas, and it's chaptered based on those functional areas and identified potential environmental impacts in all of these different categories. The ones that are bolded, greenhouse gas, transportation, traffic, and cumulative impacts, are those where even with the feasible mitigations being incorporated, there's still a significant impact according to our analysis. And we can explore those in more detail. Transportation will be a specific item as we go through the staff report. But if you're interested in greenhouse gases and cumulative impacts, we can get into those in more detail as well. But they're included in your draft EIR. Another project element, and Mark Andre, our Environmental Services Director, is here to discuss these in greater detail, are the impacts that will occur to riparian habitats. The project will have an impact on the riparian habitat that's adjacent to the development. Again, here's the subject site. It's a former mill site that's fairly basically vacant at this point, except for a few remnant structures from the former mill use. When they come in and grade this and repurpose it, there'll be impacts to the creek. There are also impacts to the creek associated with the crossing connecting Foster East to Foster West. And so those are some of the significant impacts that are identified in the EIR. The crossing will actually be an improvement. If you look at Figure 1J in the EIR, and this is in Chapter 1, right now the sphere right here represents the culvert that currently drains Janes Creek. The crossing will include a two-level bridge that will allow for normal flows and then flood level flows to flow under Janes Creek and vastly improve the habitat associated with that crossing. This culvert currently is the crossing for the railroad tracks. And so the proposal is to bring in something similar to this. It will allow for flood stage under the bridge flow there. This is also going to impact riparian habitat. And so the proposal, and again, this goes back to a view of the subject site, the proposal is to rehab this entire area of riparian vegetation, including recontouring the site so that it functions more as a floodplain, and then removing invasive species, and creating setbacks up to 100 feet with trails located within those setbacks, but no other development. There's lots of area on the site to make these improvements, but it's not enough to fully mitigate for the impacts. And one of the comments that we received in the draft environmental impact report was that, well, hey, you don't know exactly what the impact is going to be at this point. You're just sort of using these conceptual models. And so we acknowledge that we would go back in after development, do an as-built impact analysis, and make the mitigation ratios the same and up the mitigation ratios if they needed to be to ensure that the mitigation that we think we're going to get out of this project, we in fact get. But we know there's not enough room on site, and so the city has proposed that some sites within the Arcata Community Forest that could stand for some rehabilitation, including culvert upgrades and invasive species removal and other improvements. And I don't know if Mark, if you can speak to some of those.
I'll just add a bit to that, and including some riparian enhancement and tree planting of big leaf maple, red alder, some hardwood species, as well as financially assisting towards a culvert removal and replacement with a bridge on the main stem of Jolly Giant Creek. It's above Anadromie, but there are coastal cutthroat residents there, and it's on the Lima, we call it the Lima 20 acres we purchased 2 years ago. So that'll be a riparian enhancement by removing fill from the creek zone and the culvert, undersized pipe, and replace with a short span steel bridge. So that is additional to the off-site mitigation. And Director Loy is correct that the site itself, we always prefer on-site mitigation, first choice as much as possible, but there wasn't enough room to do any additional planting or expansion, so that's why the off-site component kicked in for this project.
And please feel free to jump in with any questions you have anytime. I realize this is kind of a lengthy staff report, but we're trying to bring it all together for you. There was also identified in the biological report that there was habitat.
I'm going to jump in.
Please.
Because I know I'll forget. Back where we were looking at what was going to be built there, the housing and the assisted living facility, that thing there. So it seemed that you said that if they didn't get the financing to build the assisted living facility, that it might be housing instead. And I'm just trying to understand, are we approving this with them having that option, or do they have to come back if that doesn't work and repropose another plan for that section?
One of the elements of the planned development permit is actually to allow this assisted living facility on these parcels that are otherwise residential low-density zoning. And so the underlying zoning would allow for the use as single-family residential. And so the way that we've built the conditions of approval right now and the approval documents, it would be optional for them to either build the assisted living or the memory care facility or single-family residential.
But we're not going to see what it's going to be? In other words, I don't mind that being like that, but I'd like to know exactly what it would be before we say, yeah, go ahead.
Right now, the way that the approval is structured, it could be either. But certainly if you want it to be if you're set on it being a memory care facility, okay with it being residential, but you want to have another look at it if that's the case, we can restructure the way that the approval documents are, and they would then come back to the Planning Commission for an amendment to the plan development.
Yeah, I guess what I need to understand is, what would it look like with houses? So,
Gotcha.
couldn't we build a document and say, this is what it's going to be, but if that doesn't pan out, we're going to build these kind of houses? Because, you could do multi-things there, all different kind of housing, so.
Sure. Yeah, I think, we can ask the applicant to bring forward that information. I can give, if you want to see it visually, I can give you calculations that tell you how many units it would be, and it would basically replicate this block right here in the center.
Okay.
Would be basically right here.
That would be enough for me to understand that if that's not built, then the block on the left would be the way that that it'd be developed.
Yeah, and it would be good to verify that with the agent.
Yeah, thank you.
I agree, Vice Mayor Patino. Thanks for flagging that.
I had another one. Ready?
Please.
You know, by Ennis Park, there's an entrance there to that deep-seated farm uses to get to his property. Is that going to disappear for him or for that farm, or?
No, so the Ennis Park, the only action that's being taken on Ennis Park, thank you for bringing that up because this is an important detail, is to annex it into the city.
Right.
The city's owned Ennis Park since 1971, and the intent has always been to annex it into the city. There have been some neighborhood discussions, and Mark can maybe speak to this in a little more detail, but there's no firm plan as to what Ennis Park would be developed as at this point, and so even though it's annexed into the city, you wouldn't really be able to tell any difference.
Right, I understand, but there's at the end of that road, there's like a big driveway through there, and I'm not sure who owns that driveway. Is that part of the park? Is it, when it's the main entrance for them?
Yeah, you can barely see it on there, right there, yeah.
Right.
It's partially on the park and mostly not on the park. And, but I should state that the existing, in the city limits, small part of Ennis Park, with this project does propose an emergency ingress egress through there, non-paved. I mean, it'll be just for emergencies with a bollard and but some kind of surface, all-weather surface like gravel most likely, but still park use will occur during the time it's not necessary to use it. So it's real just for emergencies.
I'm just concerned that that person gets blocked out of that property.
I'll confirm, but I do believe they have deeded ingress egress through that area.
Okay, good, thank you.
But we'll confirm that for you before your next hearing.
Thanks.
I think it's owned by the school district.
But not that driveway.
Oh, okay.
I don't think they own the driveway. That's my understanding, but I may be wrong.
Yeah, we'll verify it. The biological report was done a while back, and it identified that there's, in fact, habitat for white-tailed kites. We had a public member who pointed out that they have observed a kite in the area. I don't know, I can't remember off the top of my head, I apologize, whether it was nesting or roosting, but certainly foraging in that area. The EIR has a requirement, a mitigation measure, that pre-disturbance surveys be done and appropriate actions to avoid impacts be incorporated at that time. And so we are aware that that white-tailed kite exists. And that did come up in the draft EIR circulation comments. This is figure 1H, and it explains in a little bit more detail some of the mitigation associated with Ennis Park. Ennis Park is right now in the county, its land use designation of the county general plan is public facilities. That change was made from agricultural exclusive at the request of the city of Arcata, since we owned the property at the time they were going through their land use plan amendment, or their general plan amendment rather. We've also requested that they update the zoning to public facilities. And at this point, the intention is to, when this property is annexed, is to zone it public facilities in the city and land use designated public facilities. The reason for that is because Ennis Park is a park, and we have several general plan policies that identify for us that parks should be zoned public facilities. I go into some detail in the final impact, environmental impact report, and then also in the response to comments associated with that about the city's analysis associated with this subject. But in, in summary, the open space policies associated with parks apply to this, not the growth management policies. And so whereas some of the early discussions at the Planning Commission, there was concern that there was maybe a conflict with our current general plan in bringing this parcel into the city and zoning it public facilities. The apparent conflict is related to interpreting the growth management policies to apply when they don't. And so we can get into that in a little bit more detail as well. This property does have soils that are rated as agricultural soils. They have story index greater than 60. That would trigger the interpretation that they're, or that defines them as ag soils. As a result of that conversion from land use zoning, not because we're proposing to permanently convert the soils or change the use or have any plan whatsoever for the property, but because of that land use change, we've also required an offset because of the impacts to ag soils associated with the emergency egress and non-vehicular egress, and also associated with the park, that the parcel immediately west of the subject parcel also be entered into a conservation easement. This conservation easement is, about 5 times as large as the area being impacted. So it's a fairly substantial increase in conservation easement for loss of agricultural lands. And at this point, the only actual loss of agricultural lands will be the, hardscaping this emergency egress point. This will still retain its ag soils. It'll just have a different land use designation. So that's, this parcel gets incorporated in the project based on that. And then there are railroad right-of-ways that you can see here. These are the future extension of the Hammond Trail. This is one of the better alternative transportation amenities that's associated with this project. Currently, Foster West is a very narrow road, and it's a county road that's not main road, and so the maintenance schedule on it is fairly light. So anybody who's using non-motorized transportation is sharing that narrow road with all the other vehicular users. This project will extend the city's bike trail network from Alliance out through the edge of the project site on a segregated Class 1 trail out to Janes Road. And also, as I mentioned before, we'll connect on a segregated trail to the Westwood neighborhood through, through segregated trails here. And so greatly increasing the non-vehicular circulation patterns. The connection here, I wanted to transition a little bit and talk about transportation, and Nature's going to discuss the transportation and circulation in more detail and go into some of the analysis that we had our consultant do for the area-wide traffic, Central Arcata area-wide traffic study. But I did just want to point out that the approval documents have more conceptual level design as opposed to construction level design. It's difficult to see in this version, but if you look on the sheets that I've handed out, you'll see a slight chicane here, a slight shift shown in the lines that are intended to represent Foster Avenue, where it shifts over from the alignment from Foster East to connect with Foster West. Part of Nature's presentation will go into a discussion about why that is the recommended circulation pattern and some of the impacts associated with the traffic study. But I wanted to bring to light at this point that when the Planning Commission was reviewing this, this project, in their recommendation, they not only adopted the originally drafted resolution, which recommended approval of the project and adoption of the EIR, but they had heard from a number of public members that they were concerned about circulation on this project. Currently, the way that the circulation pattern runs is connection from Foster onto Foster. Q Street is extended to make a connection to Foster here, and then a connection to the subject site at this point here to the west. So planning commissioners had a number of different conversations about other alternatives for for a connection, including running behind these properties here, the backyards of these properties, and connecting through Enos Park to Wyatt Lane, and effectively connecting these two neighborhoods to having direct connection to the site only from Foster. They discussed one of the alternatives in the EIR is to not connect Foster at all, but require all the traffic to travel from 17th to Q, make this turn onto Foster, and then access the site here. And then other alternatives brought forward by the public were to have Foster connect, instead of the two Fosters connect, just to have the Foster Avenue connect directly to the subject site. At the end of the day, the Planning Commission recommended approval of the project, but they had several discussions, as it's proposed, but they had several discussions about these alternative ingress egress, and ultimately, as I interpret it, they decided that that was a policy decision for the City Council to make, whether to start exploring those additional alternatives for access to the property. And so they included in their motion to recommend that the City Council consider whether or not they want to explore these alternative options. Part of the discussion with the Planning Commission was that without knowing exactly what the alternative options are, I can't tell you how well our environmental impact report covers those potential options. And so if the City Council is interested in entertaining that, we can discuss that. But to date, we have not explored the environmental impact of any additional options pending the City Council's direction on that subject. So I'm going to turn it over to Nature to talk about transportation and circulation.
Thank you, David. Good evening, Vice Mayor, council members, and members of the public. My name is Netar Khatri. I'm the city engineer for the city of Arcata. Before I go in the Foster connection and how that looks, I just wanted to give an overview how we got here. In 2016, we heard about some projects coming to the city. There were multiple projects. At that time, there were 6 projects. And instead of doing one traffic study for each project, we, as a city, decided we should do a complete analysis of how the project will impact our streets. So with that in mind, we hired WTrans for a traffic study for those projects, how those projects will impact our streets. With that in mind, we analyzed 13 intersections, and at that time, a level of service, or still level of service, is the scale to measure traffic impact, and that was used. We knew most of the project and the intersections, but this Creekside project was unique because of the circulation pattern. So we requested our consultant to analyze other analysis to connect our roads, how that would improve the circulation. The option that, as a city staff, we looked into where one connection was connecting Foster East and Foster West. There was one alternative. Other option was not to connect that and have all the traffic go through Q Street and to 17th and to Alliance. And then other option that was explored was taking the traffic, or part of the traffic, towards Wyatt Lane and going towards local streets and to Alliance Street. The reason the third option was not analyzed was because there is a park right here, and we didn't want to divert any traffic through the park, or we didn't want to bisect the park. And also, all these streets are local streets, and they are not designed for heavy traffic. So that was the reason we did not analyze that in the traffic study. So the only 2 alternatives we explored was connecting Foster to Foster, and then other option was having all the traffic going from the project going to Alliance through 17th Street. So the traffic study was completed in 2017, and since then, we've been using that document as a guiding document for when the project come in. So in last 2 years, 2 projects have come in and they have been completed. And as a part of the project, they have done some improvements to those intersections. When I said we use the study as a guiding document, because the study has some interim improvements and then some long-term improvements. So some easy fix like doing some striping at the intersections, which will help. So we have done that as a part of the project. So for example, when the Terrace Avenue project came in, that project was responsible for striping the Foster and Alliance intersection, and also contributing some money towards completion of the left turn lane, which we just added at the intersection of a Sunset. And so now Open Door is coming and the Creek side is coming, and as a part of the project, we have a long-term projects for those intersections, which is Sunset Avenue and Foster and Alliance, and they will be doing some contribution towards the improvements. So in a nutshell, we use that as a guiding document, and the reason we as a staff recommended, and even the traffic study recommended, go with the option of connecting Foster East and Foster West, because currently the intersection of Alliance and 17th is already under stress in some sense. In the morning times, there's a peak time, there is a queuing on 17th Street. So adding all the impacts from this project to only that project it's not good for that intersection. Once we connect Foster East and Foster West, the traffic will be distributed in some ways. So people will be using if they want to use 17 Alliance, they could still use it, and there will be another option to connect Foster to Foster, and they can access 101 or Alliance through that. So that is the reason we as a staff are recommending the connection Foster East and Foster West. And at the Planning Commission meeting, we've been asked how does the connection looks like, and at that time we didn't have a figure, we just had an arrow showing how that looks like. So for this meeting, we have prepared a sketch or a concept drawing that shows how that connection will look like. I did want you to go over all those 12 or 13 intersections that we analyzed and what the level of service is, but that's not critical for this discussion, I believe. And if you want to go in detail, I can go. What this shows, the table shows, this table is from our traffic study. What it shows is in 2016-17, our key intersections, Sunset Avenue and LK Wood and Foster Alliance, they were already under stress, and 17th and Alliance was also under stress. So those are the highlighted ones, shows they already been impacted even before the project. That's what I wanted to highlight. That's the reason I have this table here. And even with after project, those intersections plus other intersections, they will get impacted. However, there are recommendations how to mitigate those issues. And we have that documented in our traffic study. So just to give you an overview of the area, and I think David already showed that this is a very light map, but I just wanted to show you where we are. This is our Alliance Road. This is the Foster Avenue. This is the County Foster Avenue, turns to Q Street here, and this is the project site. And this is the close-up of that. Same. This is the Foster Avenue, County Foster Avenue. This is the railroad right-of-way, and this is Q Street. Currently, on this West Foster Avenue or East Foster Avenue, the right-of-way here is 50 feet. Right-of-way on Q Street is approximately 40 feet. Current right-of-way here is approximately 30 feet on the county right-of-way. However, there is an NCRA or railroad right-of-way which is approximately 40 feet, so which gives us more room. So with that in mind, we have laid out the road in future. If the Foster East connects to Foster West, how would that look like? So we will continue the road the way it is with 10-foot travel lane on either side with a bike lane and sidewalk. And this will be some sort of a bridge or a culvert structure here over the creek. And you can see that initially the arrows were showing connecting this Foster to here, but we are going straight here and making a chicane turn to connecting to an existing Foster Avenue. A person riding a bike or walking in there, they can go on here, and from here they will be being on a Class 1 trail, which will be along the Foster, and here which will follow the existing railroad right-of-way, and which will be 10-foot wide paved trail with 2-foot shoulder on each side.
Nitra, could I ask you a question?
Sure.
What does the person do who's going down Q and then turns on Foster? How do you deal with that? Like trying to blend in there.
So here it is. So this is our Q Street here. It used to go to Foster, but this will keep on going straight here, and there'll be a stop. So a person will stop here and wait for a gap, and then he or she can make a right turn or left turn, depending on where they want to go.
There's no stop there now at Foster and Q?
No, currently there's no stop.
It just goes, okay. So it's an additional?
It will be additional, because Q Street is a minor street, and Foster will be it's already a major street, so we want to have a stop sign on a
Thank you.
minor street. So this is what I wanted to show. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask questions.
You know, a circulation question. On the project, the entrance that's down by Jane's, that's going to be an entrance, right? Or entrance, exit?
The project entrance, this is not a good map. I would go.
Yeah, even just that one.
So project entrance is right here.
Yeah.
That's the main entrance for the project. And we did say there's a access for bike and ped, but this will also act as an emergency access for fire vehicles. So, and there will be a bollard somewhere here. But this will be a gravel road, but that will be an emergency access for vehicles as well.
Huh. For some reason, I thought there was going to be an access up by right there also. Maybe I just didn't read it right.
Access where?
Right here.
Right there at that intersection.
No, we tried to move the impacts associated with vehicles away from the wetland. If you move into the close-up here, you can see that the wetland setback, this line right here represents the 100-foot wetland setback, and it pretty much comes right up to the edges here. This will have to be modified slightly, again, if the road changes a little bit this way or that way. But the intention was to try and move those, the impacts associated with the vehicles, to as far away from there as possible.
Okay. Yeah, it was my misunderstanding of the map. Thank you.
I'm sorry. How normal does it make sense to have 189 people, and that what the amount that eventually built out, with one access point? That feels to me almost a little like paradise. I mean, not really like paradise, but like the other paradise that turned into not paradise, you know? And that was a method they used, probably because of, I don't know, the road designs or something. And they just kept it to a single access, and that was a problem. And then I'm also just thinking about the people who are probably going to be living here. So far, we have 2/3 of it is kind of senior housing, you might say. And I mean, some of them might ride bicycles, but that may not be the time of life when you really ride a lot of bicycle. So I'm just wondering about that. Like, how much sense does that make? I haven't been able to make it make sense in my head yet, and I know we don't have to make decisions yet, so I can kind of keep steeping on it, but it just feels too singular accessed, maybe potentially dangerous, and especially since you said that the emergency access is really just for fire and ambulance and things. So thus the people wouldn't know how to take the bollards out and be able to get out that direction. That bothers me, and I can't figure out how to make that sound right.
Oh, go ahead.
I just, just to address that concern, I would just give you an example of City Hall here. And I thought this question might come up. So at City Hall, we have 70 staff, and we, on an average, we get, based on the trip generation, we get 1,000 trips based on the staff and the size of our City Hall. And we have only one access. So what I'm trying to say is this project is going to generate in a given day, based on the trip generation, is 1,100 trips from that access.
Yeah, but on City Hall, I don't think that's not a good example, I'd say. Because you can park over there, you can park over there and walk, which is so much what people do. Not everyone drives in and parks in there. And I mean, maybe a lot do, I don't know. But that just doesn't ring. Like, I'm trying to think through Sunny Brae, and you said this is, what, 1/3 of Sunny Brae or something like that? Is that what the correlation was? I mean, it just...
That's something Mr. Armstrong said, that it was roughly 2/3 the size. I can't verify that. I mean, that would be a first step.
Maybe
that was a comment shared with
I was
me.
just trying to liken it to that, and you know, there's Buttermilk, there's Crescent, there's Shirley, there's a few different ways. And so I guess that's, I mean, I watched the Planning Commission, because I watched this discussion with the Planning Commission also, and I could see why they, like, we all love the project. We don't even have to have a discussion about that. We're all happy with that. That seems to be the sticking point, is, I mean, you know, I have a few other little small things, but that's kind of a sticking point that I haven't been able to feel good about, you know? Like, it just makes better sense to me to kind of have somehow connection through Wyatt or something. And I know you said it's a smaller road. It's like, those are like 30-foot or 40-foot roads or something like that through there.
They have 40 right away, but they are not designed for heavy traffic. They are only designed for local traffic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know that they would get a huge amount of traffic because it's not going to be kind of the direct way. You're going to have to drive through a neighborhood, which is, you know, can be burdensome. But I don't know. That's just really, and I kind of see why the Planning Commission was sitting here with that same, like, you know, it just doesn't feel right to have a single access, particularly after we just watched Paradise burn because of that point almost, you know. So anyway, I knew you knew that question was coming up, and it's kind of the main question, you know, but anyway, it's just not satisfying.
I had a question along the same line. Now that I know where the access is, you know, how about going through that bike ped path that goes east from that circular area just below it? I mean, that would seem to be a natural place to go.
So just back to the Councilmember Ornelas' question first, we have a number of different subdivision designs. This would be most like Janes Creek Meadows. And I know when I've said that before, people are, stricken by the sort of circuitousness of the streets. This one has, more standard streets, but just in the sense that you have that connection between the non-motorized connection between the cities, so you're not isolating, but you still do just have one way in because it's a smaller subdivision. And we can certainly bring back some comparisons citywide. The design of subdivisions has changed. The thinking about design of subdivisions has changed over time. And it depends on, sort of what your, what that subdivision is adjacent to and what those adjacent uses are and whether you have rights of way for those, for those roads planned. Depends on how far out you had planned, the city's design. So for this particular subdivision, it's a fairly small number of units. Small number of units, and to make a connection this way, and we can bring some analysis for you next time. But basically, to turn this into a road, the road would have to, number one, it'd be a lot wider than the emergency egress access that's provided here and non-motorized access. So it would be more impacts on here, but you would basically have then a road that rides directly behind these people's backyard, these residences. So that would hem this residence, this strip of residences in with two roads, one on either side. It just the circulation design of it doesn't meet with our typical standards. It's not that it can't be done, but it doesn't meet with those typical standards. I guess if you designed it more of like an alleyway, here's an alleyway that runs behind these buildings, that's theoretically a way to do it where you made an alley connection, but those again are supposed to be really pretty low volume. And so we can certainly take a look at that. That was not recommended. We haven't evaluated that in the traffic study. It wasn't recommended to try and contain the transportation into these main arterials.
Yeah, and using something like Janes Creek, that's a good example, because then I can really check it out, and I don't know how much development is there, how many houses are there, but I'll spend a little more time looking at that and really sort of digesting that.
And we can bring some comparisons. I mean, I feel like each new subdivision, we learn a little something. So, we can bring some examples and maybe lessons learned to your next hearing as well. And then, Paul, to your point.
Before you start that, one of the things about comparing it to Janes Creek is they don't have an assisted living facility that could double the housing. Okay, so this is approximately.
What do you mean by that?
Well, if that assisted living facility doesn't go in there, they'll build 30, 40 more houses, and then it's much bigger than Janes Creek.
Okay. So
Just the housing, with just the housing, yeah. But when you add the assisted living facility, I think Janes Creek is in the 50, 60, number of 50 or 60 units.
No, you're right. The assisted living,
secondaries.
assisted living will have less trips as compared to a single family. Single family has a higher number of trips than the assisted living.
Yeah, I'm just saying, so if I look at this and I say, oh, I want to compare it to Janes Creek, which has 50, 60 houses, yeah. But when you say, oh, but that assisted living facility might be another, I don't know, 30 or 40 houses, then it is bigger, and so the comparison isn't, I don't feel comfortable with that.
Well, maybe that is,
We'll bring you.
that's an argument, just in a thought, because this is the first time we've seen this, so we're kind of just going through thoughts, but that's potentially an argument to, if that should change from what it is, to bring it back for an analysis of access.
That's a thought. I still like that other entrance exit that you don't have shown there, to go up to Wisteria or whoever it is.
We'll certainly bring back some comparisons of other subdivisions, just to give you a sense of how, how those impacts might happen. And I think we can take a look at the access and discuss with the applicant the redoing the circulation.
So specifically, that bike ped path going up to that second circle in that neighborhood.
This one here. So this.
It's harder to see, that one. There was another one up there. But whatever, yeah, it go to the second circle, which would be the first street off of Alliance. Not to the closest street to the project, because that wouldn't make no sense. But if you went to the next one, to me, it might work out. I mean, is that some kind of impossibility?
I mean, right now there's. Yeah, right now this is this property has an easement, or this property has an easement through this property for its individual use. And so for uses that happen on this property, when it was a mill, they had the ability to drive through here. But there's no public ingress egress now on this property.
Right.
And
I know that.
The width of this area right here, I mean, I'd ask Mark and Nature to weigh in on that, but I think it would have, it'd be basically right adjacent to the creek. I don't know that there's room in there to provide full vehicular access without significantly impacting the creek.
Would that apply to the first street then? Whichever one it is, Heather, Wisteria?
Wisteria,
the closest one?
I believe that's a Heather Lane.
So the closest one to the property is still in that same circumstance? Yeah, that one there. So if you couldn't go all the way up, how about that one?
Well, we need to talk to the applicant on that. It's possible, but again, it will be expensive, and we need to see how much property we own at that access right here. And then it'll be one more crossing on the creek. And again, I would say this is, again, a local street here.
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at it. If there's no possibility for us to connect to Q and Foster from this project, I mean, if that's really not in reasonable planning, then we need to look at where else could there be
No,
another.
definitely. I think at this point, I would say all the options are open, and we can look into that option if that will work or not. We have to see the mitigation because Dave mentioned there's some wetland there, so we will look into that. The four-way crossing might be.
Understand where my mind was when I looked at that little mess in Kew and Foster, and I thought, wow, what's going on there? Because when we first looked at it, we had trees over it. Now that I've got the roads, I thought, oh yeah, perfect. There's an access there, and then down here on Janes for the impatient people that want to get to Eureka. So I misread it, and now I'm looking at it saying, oh, well, we really don't have that.
So we'll bring back analysis on this, but this connection, I mean, just sort of initially, this connection crosses riparian habitat. There's a difference in elevation here, and all you would accomplish would be to bring bring vehicles up onto this street here that would then have to go and connect with Foster.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm looking for, we may end up having to find another access here, so.
This site plan was actually modified based on, I believe, Environmental Services and Fish and Game looking at the fact that this turnaround, which was originally conceptually proposed, is within the setback. The site plan for approval would actually have a hammerhead here for turnaround to try and alleviate the impacts here. And I mean, there's a house right here.
Yeah.
Somehow you'd have to.
Okay. You know, I'm not stuck on
we'll
anything.
bring it back.
I think that I need another access. So it's up to you.
Is there planning guidance from or best practices for when planning a subdivision like this in terms of how many units there should be per access point? Because I think that's part of the question here, right? Is that if there was an evacuation, is that sufficient? I do appreciate you bringing up the point. I think Paradise is a very different example, given that's an entire community like a city. But I think it is a good point. And so if there is guidance in terms of what that threshold is to be looking at more than one access point, I think that might be able to help guide this conversation, because I think if there are examples of what the best practices are, then we should base some of our decision on that.
And I'm just looking at it saying, what is possible? So if all the access ideas are impossible, that's one thing. But if one of them is much more possible than the other two or three, we need to seriously look at it, in my mind.
Besides that, we love it. The one thing I would add, a little, just because I'm going to go into my street tree thing a little bit later, and it's also a carbon sequestration element, but I think, we should really think about some street trees. Now, maybe we haven't gotten to that point of this development yet, but I figured I might as well say it early and often. Because I did have an experience, and like I said, I'm going to talk about this later. I just was down in Santa Barbara, and we've all been to Portland or different places where they have a lot of street trees, and they're just beautiful, and they just add a quality to a place, And I think we should really embrace it. And I understand that we are here in the redwood, and we're kind of like, give me some sunshine, But anyway, just, I can just wanted to talk about that, just mention that I'd love to see some street trees in there. I don't know if we're still talking about anything, but, well, I mean, I don't know if we're going to take this any farther, or if we've pretty much, because it seems to me that we like this project. In my mind, I think we probably do want to see it come back if that assisted living is going to turn into housing, because it is a slightly different project then, just at least for one more review, and if we haven't solved the access points or something. And then I did want to say that on the conservation easement element of it, I think we should put an organic agriculture conservation easement, and for many reasons. I think it's really close to a lot of housing. It's close to other farms. It's close to housing on all sides. And, you know, I did understand there was a little scuffle today that happened, and I think that's been settled as far as the Tule Fog Farm goes. But we're not trying to make decisions on a single farm or anything that's happening today. We're trying to more look for, like, what is the general thing we think this should be. And I think we should make it an organic agricultural easement, and you would just tie it to organic standards as a way to determine what is the practices. And I just think it would make better sense, and I think it would make people feel more comfortable in that region, and I think it would be healthier. And if we're going to have seniors there, it's healthier for them, it's healthier for kids. So that's another something that I would bring forward through the, what was that in? That was the development agreement terms.
So, David, I just want to hear some of your, you know, nature's reasoning why the access to Wyatt is not one of our, you know, it's not shown on here as here's another access. It does not look like it's, I mean, it's a little longer, but it is an access. And it does look like, besides length, that it's a reasonable spot.
It is, and as David mentioned earlier, and when we were doing the traffic study, that was eliminated. The only reason was because it will cross a park, which we didn't want to cross the park at that time, and then the streets they are there are local streets, and they were not designed for the traffic, so this much amount of traffic, so that was eliminated. But for a lighter traffic, there are options. Now, we have not evaluated at this time, but we could look into what's possible.
And I would suspect that it does give you the relief valve of another access. And if people really are trying to get out of that, that subdivision, they probably would only take that once and then say, you know what, those dips that we have to go through, we probably won't go back.
Yeah.
So we have some natural impediments to them using that too much. But it is a safety valve access that, if I'm understanding it right, would be easier than trying to go out to Q, Foster Q, or across the creek again into the Westwood, Westwood's, what do you call that? Westwood Manor subdivision. So yeah, I definitely can see that being much more reasonable possibility.
Yeah, Environmental Services did weigh in on that one too, and it was primarily the park, the playground right there. And it would have to be, we could take a fresh look at it to see if there's a way to, we'd have to offset that footprint, that permanent loss of parkland, and see if we could aggregate that somewhere else.
Or the applicant can talk to the property owners that are right around that road. I mean, you're talking one piece of property in order to avoid the park, right? So if you went through somebody's yard, okay, that you've bought the house from, okay, you don't have to go through the park. I mean, you know, we're not stuck going through that park. We're not.
I think we could look at that. If it's a wider footprint also through the ag land, we'd have to have that ag soil mitigation. And while I'm mentioning ag, the conservation easement, it's right smack in the middle of the western greenbelt that you established a couple of years ago. So it's not just for the ag soil mitigation, but that's a real keystone piece of kind of holding the line on the western greenbelt.
Right.
Since we're going to be putting development right next to ag, so it's a buffer. It's a real nice buffer.
Is there any interest in annexing the farm land?
Belongs to the school.
I mean, I understand, where the conservation easement was planning on going. I mean, I know we don't want to annex farmland for the purpose of development, but if we're putting an easement on it for no development, does it make sense? Because then it would tie better in with Enos Park also. It just seems like it would make more connectivity.
I think that the fiscal analysis would, it'd be hard to make the findings based on the fiscal analysis for annexing the park. I think that we benefit from the ag easement. We get the effective, green belt policy implementation through that ag easement without having to actually incorporate it and subsume the, the responsibilities for servicing the park. So I'm sorry, not the park, but that ag easement.
Oh, okay.
So I would recommend that we don't do that. But if we do look at this secondary access to Wyatt, I think we would want to annex the portion that's part of the road. So we'd have to take a look at that.
Just out of the box a little bit, if you look at that parking lot that's in the bottom left corner of that subdivision, I mean, the parking lot is up against somebody's fence.
Where are
And it's not going into ag land. So to me, I think I'd be buying that house there and making my access.
Oh, just going straight out?
Straight out there.
Yeah.
I mean, it simplifies everything in my mind.
Except that you're going to have streets offset and have the situation that you have
Yeah.
right out in front of City Hall here where, making those turns negotiating those turns on an offset street is a little challenging. But again, we'll bring back some options. We'll look at a couple of different, I think we've heard a couple of ideas, and we'll try and, flesh those ideas out for you.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like this same problem is repeated over and over, so it's obviously just not quite satisfying enough for everybody to look at this and to think about this. So it seems like we have to explore some other things, and if you come up with really good reasons why we can't, but so far we don't have those.
So, you're not done, are you? Or are you?
No, that is the sum total of my staff report, except I did want to point out that one of your blue folder items that was provided tonight, the printing had, there was something lost in the printing. Some of the images didn't come through, and so that same August 12th letter is in your final environmental impact report. I believe the electronic version will reflect the full email. I'm sorry, it will reflect the full letter, but on page 75 of your final environmental impact report, which is not included in your packet, is referenced online, and I have it here. I can show it to you if you're interested in seeing that. But the full letter is in there, and the full letter will be, with images, will be appended to this meeting agenda.
Great, thank you. So you're done?
Yeah, unless you have any other questions, we don't have any more to present tonight.
Council members?
No, I think I've, let me see, little notes here.
I mean, I have access to all of the impacts and the mitigation plans and whatever else, I have lots of resources if you want to explore anything, but there's no formal staff report.
So I'd like to open this up to the public, and maybe project proponent first? Yeah, thank you. Chris.
Good evening. I'm Chris Tart, agent for Foster Avenue LLC, also a resident of Arcata, president of Danco Communities. A little bit thrown by the discussion so far, to be honest. So just for the background, for the public, for the record, so this project was submitted for annexation in 2003 for the first time. It was studied and studied and finally went before the Planning Commission in 2009. It took 6 years to get to that point. At that time, the project was denied. It was denied for, it had to do with, basically we were in a current market crash. And then the project was resubmitted to the city for reconsideration in 2016. Now the project's being heard in 2019, almost 2020, about 3.5 years after. And then the project was recommended for Planning Commission approval in October. So, and this project's been studied and studied. There's been hundreds of thousands of dollars spent on studying this project. We did an EIR the first time, and then we redid the EIR again. And I think it's worth mentioning that there has been a lot of technical studies from, wetlands, fiscal impacts, water sewer capacity, endangered species, environmental contamination, circulation, noise, drainage, the list goes on and on. The applicant really, I mean, we have done everything that we've been asked to do through this process. And, I think with regards to the access points, I believe at one point we did have 2 accesses coming off. There was a design in the first go-around. This projects evolve over time, as you know. But I believe there was an access the first go-around so there was 2 access points onto Foster Avenue, one on the upper section there as if it would cut right through the cottages, and then the one on the lower side. And I believe that was removed because one of the residents didn't like the headlights coming into there at night from the cars, if I recall the conversation. So we went to one access. I think that, let's see a few other comments here. So just a few facts about the project. The project site is a brownfield that was historically operated by a lumber mill, Eel River Sawmills. It's a well-known spot today for loitering and homeless encampments. We wish to develop senior housing for families and seniors. This project has been called out for annexation in every general plan that the city's adopted since 1980. There are lots of benefits to the city. It's a much-needed senior housing. The project contributes a healthy share of fees for infrastructure, including water, sewer, traffic improvements. The conservation easement eliminates the fear of growth into the bottoms. It stops it right there. We'll be doing lots of bike and pedestrian paths installed for future expansion of Hammond Trail and creating safe routes for children to schools. I did today meet with Sean Armstrong, who was opposing the access points, and we met today, and he's been the primary voice of objection to the access so far, at least at the Planning Commission hearings. And he did present an alternative, and we wanted to acknowledge that we remain open. I mean, there was a lot of conversation here about access, and we're willing to be part of whatever analysis needs to be done for the access. I think that we've gotten to this point for a reason, but we're open to being part of whatever analysis that is, obviously. But I also want to acknowledge that this policy issue it's a policy issue regarding circulation, neighborhood connectivity, traffic safety, and this is a choice I don't think the applicant can make about access. I think we can come on board, we can help make it happen, but I think it's a policy issue about how we access this site, whether it be over the bridge, we come from the other direction, have a special access into the site, 2 accesses onto Foster Avenue, or open up the back access. I don't think that's for us to make. I did want to comment that in terms of the comments that were brought up around Paradise, I do think that's what the idea of the emergency access would be. I do understand what you're saying, though, about the residents aren't going to go over there and have a key for the lock and remove the ballard. That's absurd. But but there could be something that we could design in, like an automatic emergency system that opens it when there is an emergency or something like that, so that we don't have a bottleneck at the one access point. I also think we're completely open to having another access onto Foster Avenue to provide 2 ways in and out off of Foster Avenue. There's been a lot of discussion about this access point that was brought up there. I don't believe that it's large enough as it was pointed out. I do believe it would create quite a controversy with the residents in that area. I'm not sure about houses or whether or not somebody would sell them. Really have not gone down that route. In terms of the approvals that we're getting today and the comments that were brought up about the what if the assisted living doesn't get built and that the single family would be able to be built there, I think it's important to maintain that this is an annexation and a minor subdivision. So there will be, and a pre-zone. So if this project was approved, this property would be annexed into the city. There would be 3 parcels, and they would be pre-zoned for residential. And this would have to come back, the single-family residential would have to come back for a major subdivision, which is a discretionary approval by the Planning Commission at that point. And I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but the assisted living would have to come in for a use permit and design review, which is also discretionary review. So there are discretionary reviews further after this. So I'm not sure that it makes sense to analyze what it would look like today. Certainly that's an exercise we could go down, but I think that it will be analyzed in the future based on the current entitlements that are being proposed as it is today. I also want to acknowledge that I realize this is the first hearing that you've seen this in a while, and other questions will come up, and we're here to answer them. Also, briefly wanted to touch on it was brought up about the Thule Fog Farm and the lease. There was social media going around today that Danco was evicting Thule Fog Farm from the property, and I want to assure you that is not the case. Thule Fog Farm has a lease with the property owners, which is a different property owner than the Foster Avenue LLC. It's actually owned by Park Meadows Estates LLC. There's different members in that. They have a lease. The lease was out of compliance. There was a letter sent to them with 3 items for them to bring the lease back into compliance. I can assure you it was not an eviction. So I just wanted to clear the air there. And I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Oh, Chris, I have a question on the access.
Okay.
Onto whatever we call that, Foster.
Foster West, I think is David's referring it to.
So what's the traffic control there planned?
Well, I think that's outlined in the traffic study.
Natra.
It would be a stop sign.
All-way stop.
No, from the subdivision onto Foster, just like the Q Street stop sign.
I have to digest that. It's not feeling great. I mean, it kind of works at Jane Creek because the roundabout's right there. It's already slowed people down. But it seems like if you're going to have one access, it should have a little more control. So is there a possibility of that being a 3-way stop there, or 2-way, or whatever?
Currently, based on the numbers, I would say no, it will never meet the warrant for a 4-way or 3-way stop on Foster Avenue. The volume right now is only 700. Even after project, it could be higher, but we don't have those numbers yet. But it will not meet the warrant. That doesn't mean we cannot. What I'm saying is, per the MUTCD standards, it will not meet the warrant for a 3-way stop at the entrance of the project.
Yeah, I understand it wouldn't meet warrants. It's that, I don't care about that.
Yeah.
I'm just, when I look at it, I think, how do you mitigate the one entrance, and having a highly controlled intersection would certainly help me. So. Anything else, Chris? Or you're good there?
I think I'm good. I'm here if there's any more questions. Thank you.
Thanks. So I'm going to open up the public comment, and since you're not project proponents, you get 3 minutes.
Fine.
Good.
I submitted a letter, for the Planning Commission, so as just to kind of reiterate, and I appreciate the concerns about the access and the traffic. That would create a real problem for us. We live on the end of Wisteria Way and, the first street into our subdivision. And we are original homeowners, so we've seen a change in the housing designation, to rentals when the first 2 years it was owner occupied, which was nice. And so this is just more traffic, especially with multiple renters in the housing. And now with so much increase in traffic, we have problems with even pulling out, because Heather Lane does not have a stop sign, and this was with Foster coming to the dead end. And so we have to try to pull out, look there, and then we have a terrible time. We appreciate the four-way stop sign. That's what we asked for many years ago at Foster and Alliance. But the people that are coming in now, like on the right-hand side, people don't signal, so you have to guess. And we have a very short space between our street and Alliance. So, we have to pull out fast because we don't know what the people coming off of Alliance are doing, or if they're coming off of Alliance. It's very dangerous now. And then there's no stop sign on Heather Lane because, of course, it's a dead-end street. But then we get both ways. You try to pull out sometimes and make sure nobody is coming, or you have enough time to get out. And anyway, we still think the four-way stop sign, but we think those turn lanes are not any advantage because we can't figure out. A lot of people end up in the wrong turn. They're in a turn lane when they should go straight, and it is very confusing. But thank you for looking at emergency situations too. Is that to get out, we only have one access, there. And between Foster and Alliance, we're stuck now with more traffic coming and going, especially certain times of the year, and we are worried about our safety. And to increase more traffic on Foster, when we have apartments on the other side of Foster from us, with parking lots. And we think the project itself is a great idea. It serves the needs in this town, but it's the access that is our main concern about our safety. So,
Thank you.
And especially since now it's been brought up when the tsunami comes, we only have one way out. But we do have a boat, so that would be our one way. So, thank you.
Thank you. Wait a second. Hang on a second, Sean.
Absolutely.
I got to figure out the buttons. I haven't used this in a couple years.
Welcome back, Vice Mayor. My name is Sean Armstrong. I'm a resident of 1887 Q Street. So as Chris spoke, we did meet today, and we had a good meeting of minds around the concerns. So the concern that I think the development group has is around recirculation of the EIR. And Chris spoke pretty clearly to the concern around time and money spent in trying to follow the wishes of the city, but everyone has different wishes. So the resolution that we agreed was workable for both of us, and I met with my family, and it was workable. It was really what my mom had proposed, to give credit where it's due, which was that there should be an access that comes along from Foster East, the City Foster, as I call it. City Foster comes in, and instead of connecting in here and then connecting back into the development, bring the road straight in and let people circulate around and then let them come back out. So there's at least two entrances that have been studied. The one that's here, and Vice Mayor, I strongly support the concept of slowing down traffic on this road. It's quite dangerous. I walk it every morning with my 5-year-old on my shoulders because I don't feel safe enough to have her on the street. So traffic mitigation like speed bumps, stop signs, these would be a great idea that I don't think have any impact on the EIR circulation. Similarly, Madam Ornelas, I strongly support your proposal that there be an organic conservation easement there. I think that's very helpful for all the farmers in the future and the neighboring farmers, as you pointed out. One item that Shale Peck Krause of Tule Fog Farm has continually brought up that has no impact on the recirculating the EIR is that there be a mitigation for the visual and aesthetic impacts of the bottom's starscape. It's a great place to go out if you want to see stars. And because there's vegetation all along the river here, the creek, you really don't get a lot of light shed into the bottoms. It's quite dark immediately. And she would like to be able to, and myself too, be able to farm into the future in the bottoms without having the residences impact the night sky. And so the mitigation that we're proposing is that all the exterior lighting be darkskies.org compliant, which is simply a subset of exterior fixtures that make sure that the light goes downward and doesn't bounce up. So I hear, when I brought this project to council, the proposal was this access. Right now, and it's just my family at this point, would be satisfied with an access that comes directly in and allows people to circulate back out. So this does not become a main thoroughfare. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Good evening. My name is Greg O'Connell. I'm commenting as a citizen of Arcata that lives about 500 feet next to the project area. I've lived there for about 20 years, and in that time, I was able to earn a master's degree in biology at Humboldt State and have worked on habitat conservation issues for the past 15 years. I was the one that reported the white-tailed kite nest just in the middle of that project area on the riparian site there. I noticed it early spring. It was a breeding pair that successfully fledged an offspring. White-tailed kites are a fully protected species, and that species just represents several other species, some of them, but many of them special status species that utilize that riparian corridor along Janes Creek. One of my primary remaining concerns of the project is the loss of riparian habitat. This project will have a net loss of riparian square footage. The project proposes to do off-site mitigation in the form of riparian enhancement. I think that it's really important that this project have no net loss of riparian square footage and that riparian habitat loss be mitigated on-site with the appropriate mitigation ratios. I encourage you to challenge the assumption that there's not enough room to mitigate on-site. One of the possibilities could be to have a slightly smaller project. I think that's a viable option as far as it appears that this project's not set in stone. Another possibility that I just considered sitting down tonight was the idea of this conservation easement. Maybe some riparian mitigation could occur on the northern edge of that parcel there. I think that red alder and willow would grow pretty well there. So, and then in addition, a potential, what I would encourage you to have as a condition of approval would be performance standards for landscaping within the site. I like the idea of trees along the streets. Again, red alder would be a great choice for that. So let's see here. I also am concerned about traffic. I think others are speaking pretty well to it. One question I did have this week was wondering if the two accessory units on each of the single-family homes, if those accessory units would have 2 occupants each, potentially with 2 cars each, were those accounted for in the traffic study? That's one of the questions I had. Also, as far as the trails that are proposed in here, as far as the timeline for implementation, I'd really like to make sure that the trails as part of the project are completed in phase 1 of whatever phase occurs. Lastly, the project is complex, so take your time on this, please. And I also want to thank the city for taking their time and being thoughtful in this project. Overall, I think there's a lot of support for the project, but there's a few details that we still have to get right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. My name is Tim Howard, and I live on Heather Lane. I'm here to express my concerns with the idea of joining the East and West Fosters into what I believe, unless I miss my read on one of the maps, is going to be called Foster Boulevard. I'm concerned with this because, just in brief, I think this will permanently alter, the character of the neighborhood where I've lived in for several years now, I think for the worse. I'll just want to go through maybe a quick scenario for you all to think about. I don't know how much time any of you have spent around Heather Lane or that neighborhood. Let me give you a quick scenario here that I work in Eureka. I work there from 8 to 5 every Monday through Friday. So I leave early. Think of early in the morning at this area. Often it's very foggy in the morning. Sometimes it's cold. Frost, despite one's best efforts, one's windows keep fogging up as you're trying to drive out. Drive out from Heather towards Foster. It's kind of it's a bit of a blind turn. It's hard to kind of see someone turning in to to Heather from Foster and vice versa from there, turning up onto Foster towards Alliance, depending on the time of the year. Sun can be glaring at you, and then as you're coming in short, there's a lot of visibility issues already. But overall, the fact that there's not a lot of traffic coming in or out multiple ways kind of mitigates that a bit. There's not a lot of people that come in and out of there unless you really live there or are visiting. Just think of that. Just think of all those things, and then add in a road going through Foster, going all the way through, that does not stop, where traffic does not stop through this neighborhood. I think that I think it's going to make things very difficult for the residents there, just going in and out of their neighborhoods. Something that should be a very simple act, and it troubles me to think about how the character of the neighborhood, could change in that way. Before I see I'm running out, so I'll just give you a quick example. Go from that scenario to, say, nice sunny day on the weekends. I notice you see a lot of people utilizing this kind of dead end of Foster and Heather. Often see children out playing in the streets from the larger apartment complex that runs along Foster across the street from Heather and Heather and Wisteria. That goes away under this new scenario, for example.
Thanks.
Plaza Point. This project, like all the projects you do, involves very heavily in the planning state mandated transportation safety codes, how many people and how many vehicles. And we use all these practices, these past practices of transportation safety are now at a rub. We're feeling it in our hearts, but we don't know how to put it into a new approach, a new model that makes what we've been living with for the last century obsolete. We must find a way to segregate in every project the vehicle from the people as much as possible. Carbon sequestration, a living environment that is the future, that is involved in a green new plan for an integrated design. Dark skies at night. This is one of the most beautiful areas. I've gone for decades on my night walks to see owls. And I don't see many owls anymore. When you bring in the light and introduce neighborhoods to the owls, they're nocturnal and they don't do well. Every little thing we do has consequences and ripples throughout nature, like a stone thrown in the center of the pond. It runs out exponentially. It affects all life itself. We have the PPP syndrome, the propensity for perpetual procrastination when it comes to transportation safety. What we do by design, past practices are now deemed bad practices, and the courage and the will to reassess what we're doing in development, to interact with people and place, and put vehicles out in space. Every way we can design it and get to a carbon neutral, a carbon sequestration environment where we're integrated, where our roots are back in the ground, and we're connected to the natural cycles of sun. Every square of shingles on every rooftop in our municipality, how many squares of shingles on how many parcels, on how many rooftops are accessible to the sun that could produce our own electricity. Do it ourselves. We have topography and we have geology. The headwaters of Jolly Giant Creek. There's the source of all our water. We should start there and work out to green shade the community, dark skies at night, and realize for the 21st century, we have to get it right. Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm pretty nervous here. My name's Dionisio. I recently bought a house off of one of these houses right here on the corner off of Stewart, and I've been living there for about 2 years. I've lived in Humboldt County about 15, and I'm from Del Norte. Moved down here for college, got a job. This is a place I love. It's beautiful. And it just so happens I have a picture right of this area right behind my house. And the big reason I bought my house is because it's quiet. The beauties of it is amazing. It's phenomenal. Like, I have a picture of here, and I took it because it's got so many colors of different shades, from purple to orange to gold. It's just beautiful. This exit right here, I am this house right there. Entrance and exit, and that just impacts all of that that natural beauty. My street, during the morning when I go to work in Eureka, every time I come through and 2 cars are passing, one of us veers off to the side so the other one can go through. This is the first time I've been to one of these meetings, and I'm just blown away at how big this is. I should have been paying more attention. I really should have been talking to my realtor when she sold me the house, because I could have bought anywhere in Humboldt or in Arcata, but this is where I decided to live because of this open field and these dark skies that everybody is talking about. It's amazing from my backyard, and I would like to preserve that as much as possible. I love Humboldt. I've been in Arcata. I went to college up at HSU, and I'm going to be here for a while. So, yeah, the least impact you could do on changing the natural beauty of this area, I would really appreciate it. So, yeah, I will be, I think you said at worst, First, I'm going to bring this up early and often. I should have been bringing it up earlier than now, but yeah, I'm just blown away. It's so big. So, anyways, I'm not good at public speaking, so thank you.
Thank you. There you
Hi.
go.
Hello. So my name is Sue Snido, and I'm going to be talking about the Ennis Park expansion. I don't know if you have the other map that shows it. It might be easier to look at it. Yeah. So I live on Wyatt, adjacent to the Ennis Park expansion, and I'm a professional wildlife biologist. And when I bought my house, similar to the previous speaker, I bought it for the open space value, the wildlife value, the pastoral views. It's really beautiful. You should go out there at sunset. We have a ton of people that walk down there to view the sunset. It's really beautiful. And my understanding is that the Ennis Park expansion there is currently in the county zoned as ag exclusive, that it's got ag soils. And that the city's plan, the general plan, actually prohibits annexation and rezoning of ag exclusive soils. And my understanding is that the city wants to make this into, change it to public recreation, public facilities. So, and I'm really proud of the city for having this goal of the west side of Arcata to be a green belt. And it's really, that green belt is in line with the ag soils and the virtue of what currently exists out there. I really am blessed. I see barn owls that hunt at sunset. There's the black-shouldered kites, red-tailed hawks, harriers, a host of other birds, geese, migratory birds. It's really, it's the parcel that's not either farmed or grazed. It really gets a lot of wildlife use, and it's a beautiful parcel. So my main point is that the attachment of this parcel with this project to annex it as and rezone it, it's really not an appropriate venue, and it really wasn't analyzed in the EIR. If you take a look, there's not a lot of analysis on the impacts of changing this to recreation or public facility. The neighbors along Wyatt, I give the city a lot of credit. The city went out and canvassed to see what would the neighborhood like, because it's really a neighborhood park. There's no sidewalks on any of these streets, so it's not currently really, those impacts haven't been analyzed as to increased traffic, and it's very difficult to walk on the streets as it is for children because there's just no sidewalks. So really my main point here is, if you could look at the EIR and see that the analysis for rezoning this to public facilities isn't really in there. And even though the council might make good choices now, future councils might say, well, it's public facility, let's put something else in there. So
okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. 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 My name is Ben Wynn, and I am a HSU student and one of the co-directors at the Campus Center for Appropriate Technology, and future Arcata community member. And I just want to thank both the City of Arcata and the contractor for this project. It seems like there's been a lot of effort and time put into developing something that the community wants and seeing the needs for both the environment and the people. I see that there's lots of talk about accessibility and safety being a concern. And I just want to note that this should be something that is addressed with multiple access points and more safety features being added to the existing roads on Foster. I'm a farmer at Tulifog Farm, and I walk these roads daily, and it is very unsafe, especially with the activities, children and bicyclists moving these streets every day. And I've also had one of my close friends be a victim of a hit and run accident on Q Street just recently. And so just the validity of having safety measures for these kinds of projects is definitely there and necessary. That being said, I would like to see that these conversations are taken seriously with both the community members as well as just taking them into consideration as they move forward. Thank you.
Because you're new, I have to explain this to you. You only get one time.
Okay, yeah, I wasn't sure how this works.
Come back to another.
Yeah, okay. I want to show you this picture from the behind
You know what, can you email that to the city manager, and then she'll pass it on to all of us.
Okay, thank you.
She'll give you the email if you need. Thank you.
Hello, my name is James Harmon. I live on 2235 Wisteria Way, all at the end down there at the cul-de-sac. I bought my house in 1977. I want to talk about Foster, go through, whatever you want to call it. I understand that there's probably about 1,300 cars going through there every day, and that's one way. And then you add all these houses and stuff, that would bring it to 5,000 or so cars going through there every day on Wisteria, going to Alliance Road. And that would take away the parking on Foster. Okay, and you know darn good and well, if there's a fire down there, they're not going to go all the way around and come back. They're just going to go beep, right straight through, law enforcement and everybody. And I walk through there every day, and I don't think it's a good idea to go through Foster. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Hi.
This is my first time attending a meeting and, of course, speaking in front of a group like this. So I'm just going to let you know what notes I've been writing down.
Excuse me, can you speak into the microphone? Because then when people, or when it's taped, they'll be able to hear you, and it'll be...
Okay, that was less than important anyway. So my current concern is the homeless population on the lot currently that's being proposed for development. I took a walk out there the other day and have some photos of people that are passed out with heroin syringes on their person, and the amount of heroin syringes sprawled out over the property, and the lack of awareness of the current owners that that's going on. There's currently like a caretaker there, and she denied that that was happening. So current steward of the land responsibility is that it's so close to all the schools and within the proximity of the people who live in that area, that's got to be affecting everyone. My house was recently burglarized, so that's why I chose to take a walk through the area and talk to some of the people residing on the property. So, sorry, I didn't know I was going to get so stressed out. So the prevention of traffic impact on current residents and in the designated ag land areas, which is west of Foster, that is a concern. It sounds like a lot of residents are feeling concerned for their peace and the tranquility of the area that exists currently. And that's why a lot of people have chosen to live in Arcata over the years. I grew up in McKinleyville and lived there since 1982. And I hate to see urban sprawl just happening because of concentrated folks benefiting from it. So as far as the inconsistent plans for how many houses are going to be on the lot, that's a big concern. And that's on top of all the development that's been recently happening already in Arcata. That's increasing the traffic and people and everything else. It's really changing things quite rapidly. So for bike and pedestrian safety on Foster West, which is a lot of people going out for exercise and bike rides and walks with their babies and strollers and stuff. And then I didn't hear anyone mentioning the ditch running along Foster Avenue West, which carries on out to west of the subdivision. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, my name's Nancy Rigg, and I've been following this project because I live in the Sunset neighborhood. So this will have a strong impact on our family's safety and quality of life in the neighborhood. And for this project, it would have been ideal if it went through before all the other growth that has happened in that neighborhood. But it's the area where most growth is happening in Arcata right now. And so that intersection of Foster and Alliance is heavily impacted, as well as the roundabout at Sunset. And so at the last planning meeting, it sounded like there wasn't going to be multiple access off of like Q and Janes Creek, but we're back to like the original plan, I think is that what that we're talking about here, because they were looking at maybe changing it. So I'm in favor of the multiple ingress, egress, so that you can exit and enter through Q Street as well as Janes Creek. I mean, there's church, there's schools, there's soccer fields down there. A lot of people do walk and ride down in that area. And if you, so you don't want everyone to have to come out at Foster and Alliance only and then have to loop all the way around. I mean, this, and if you were talking about, is there a smart growth practice? And the Urban Land Institute has one called Smart Growth on Suburban Fringe. And they talk about having connectivity and multiple entrances and exits. Also, if you have several ways in and out, then it disperses the traffic so that you don't have it concentrated coming in and out. And for safety, vehicles also have multiple ways to come in and out. And also, it'd be great to have more seniors integrated into our community rather than it be like a gated community, feeling of them being separated. As much as we can go in and they can come out and get to Westwood Market. And so it sounds like it's a challenge, but I think it's a great project, and we just need to deal with some of these details and respect the open space. Thank you.
Hello all. Hello planners. Hello council members. My name is Colin Slavey. I study environmental policy and planning at Humboldt State University. And I would like to ask or talk a little bit about the design elements, maybe more of the nitty-gritty on the subdivision. We've heard a couple of conversations or questions regarding, trees on the streets, or having something that didn't look like urban sprawl. And that's something that I'm concerned about too as a young American. I'd like to see my landscape a lot less square. That's just me. Now, I would like to acknowledge that, even though it is development, there is a conservation easement, which means that, we're creating a barrier, and you mentioned that. I'd also acknowledge that Danco was saying that they're open to input to some degree. And I honestly worry a little bit about another cookie cutter development. There's a vast body of literature that talks about more modern, if not more ambitious, design elements or considerations. For example, there's like new urbanism, and there's earthship stuff, and there's appropriate technologies and appropriate designs that significantly reduce the impact of a development on a landscape. And although this may be a policy question, and I'm not exactly sure whose responsibility it is to make these design considerations, it may be yours, it may be yours, it may be theirs. Perhaps a form-based code would be appropriate for approaching this space. Creating an atmosphere that makes community members, rather than feeling isolated from the rest of the community, feel like they're part of the landscape. I mean, you have a beautiful stream right next to the development or the easement. Perhaps daylighting the stream would be appropriate, or making less of a barrier between this is human, this is not. That might also be healthy for the senior citizens who may be in the senior living. I also have a question which I just lost, and that's okay, about the benefit to people in the community with healthy food. I've volunteered briefly at Toolfog Farms, and I've seen that, and I've seen a number of CSAs around Arcata, and I know that that's a really unique and special way to get food and to interact with your food. It's community supported, and that's, I think, something that's healthy. And if we're trying to create a healthy landscape for our citizens to live on, perhaps implementing some sort of design element that looks like edible landscape or something other than lawns in the front yard in order to empower citizens to support themselves, I think would be a boon to the community. And finally, I think being that it is a brownfield, it's our responsibility as human beings, modern human beings, to clean our stuff up. Thanks.
Thanks. Anybody else want to talk on this subject? Okay, thanks. Let me come back to the council and see what questions or push that you need to give to staff.
Yeah, so a question I have hearing, so I guess the first thing, in terms of the connection between Foster East and Foster West, I really took to heart a lot of the comments that I got prior to this meeting to really look at, okay, what would it look like if we were to do an alternate road that would go into the community and then loop back out onto Foster, and really looking at that, to me, having the direct connection to me makes the most sense. But I also recognize the concerns that folks on Heather and Wisteria are elevating, and I think those are absolutely valid points. So is there a way to slow the traffic for people that are going basically east on Foster prior to Heather and Wisteria? Is there any traffic calming that could happen to slow folks down before they get to those streets, so that folks that are trying to turn left from those streets are able to more safely do so?
You know, when you mention that, I think, well, there's a good correlation to Janes Creek Meadows that has a stop sign when you come out. So the people coming out of this subdivision, straight up on Foster, they have a stop sign coming out of their subdivision. That's a traffic control, it would be.
I guess I would need to better understand maybe where that stop sign
Stopping them.
would be, but
Yeah.
But I think the point of, if there's a way to slow folks down before they get to those streets, I think that would be really great if we could find a way to make that happen.
Because you brought that up, I'll just bring this comment in that for me, having a second access, whether it's straight up Foster direct and then the Foster on the west side of that project, having those two, I could live with that rather than trying to mess around with these other intersections.
Are you referring to a connection that extends like this, like it was originally proposed, so there'd be a connection to Foster here and a connection to Foster here?
Exactly.
I think that's the most viable alternative, and I think as the applicant's agent pointed out, the design consideration was partly due to, to trying to reflect the neighbors' concerns about the project. And so, we can take a second look at that.
Yeah, I think that after talking about the other ones, that makes a lot more sense to me.
And to the point about traffic calming, I mean, right now we're looking at, big picture environmental impacts. We're not down to the level of design detail. I think we will need to take a look at that. I think to some of the points that were raised about turning and the sight distance on some of these corners on Wisteria, they're valid, and we need to take a look at those when we get down to the design level. So I think that's a good point.
So do we have to recirculate the EIR when we do these sort of tweaks on entrance and exit points?
I don't want to be definitive on what would trigger a recirculation of the EIR, just on sort of a conceptual level. I think that we've got some ideas that we've been asked to kick around, and we'll come back with an evaluation of those, a first blush evaluation. And in that first blush evaluation, we'll identify whether or not we think that'll trigger environmental impact recirculation.
Okay, thanks. Makes sense.
I had a question for staff. There seems to be a little confusion on Ennis Park extension. So maybe you could walk me through it. It is currently AE in the county?
Oops, sorry. Currently, the land use designation in the county is public facilities. That was
PF.
Recently changed. The zoning is AE.
Oh, okay, excuse me.
And we're proposing to bring it in as public facilities, and in part as a result of that change of land use designation, that's what's triggering this conservation easement. It's an approximate 5-to-1 conservation easement here. And so there's no proposal at this point for any changes, physical changes on the ground at Ennis Park, which is why, as one person pointed out, the EIR is light on that document. The only aspect of Enos Park that's being evaluated in the EIR is the annexation.
Okay, yeah.
So there'll be further analysis and public participation if Enos Park ever is converted into some other use.
So it's county PF now?
Currently.
Okay, yeah, I just want to get that clear. And, you know, could we see an overlay the next time you come back of a green belt in this area, of our western green belt? Because we have a western green belt. It's in there now, and I'd like to see, you know, just where does it come across here?
Then I guess I wanted to ask my fellow council members if they agree with my thought and other people's thoughts that the conservation easement, the agricultural easement should have an organic element to it. I personally think it should, and again, I'll make the argument because it's surrounded by housing, there's a lot of people, it would just be healthier. And I think in our local culture, we know enough about organic agriculture that we're confident we can manifest organic agriculture. And I'm sitting here looking at Dalo now, and I've been accused of being a hobbit because I think about soil and I like it. But anyway, I'm certainly happy to take the hobbit's point of view at this point. And I just think it's an important thing for us to do because of its placement, that we kind of secure that it remains herbicide and pesticide free.
So, yeah, I guess I'm not really understanding the organic part of that. I follow when you say herbicide, pesticide free, yeah, but organic, what if nothing's ever done to that, but it just stays there bare? That's
organic.
Yeah.
I mean,
okay.
the thing is,
I just want to make sure I understood what you meant.
Well, you know, it's defined by federal law now, so it's actually, you can just tie an easement into the organic regulations, and so then you don't have to try to define it yourself. You can just tie it in, and it would just control that wouldn't go into the hands of someone who wanted to use herbicides and pesticides, which is a legal use on agricultural lands, some things anyway, but they can cause a lot of problems.
Yeah, but I'm looking at it saying it's a conservation easement, it's not just AE. So to me, conservation easement means you just leave it alone. Nobody's going to farm it.
Agricultural easement
is it?
what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yes,
The words get conflated.
That's the problem I had. All right, good. I understand that, and I agree.
I just think we should just kind of secure it in a way. And I think it fits the culture of this community anyway. I don't think it'll be a problem.
We can look into that as a detail, but basically conservation easement would prevent it from being subdivided, developed, you know, away from the kind of open space pastoral agricultural use. So.
Okay.
Well, and I did look it up today, and it's absolutely done that you can put an organic overlay on it and tie it into the federal law. You can't do that if you're trying to get money for the conservation easement through the Natural Resource Conservation District, you know, and it's just because of politics, really. But since that's not the goal here, and the goal is really to have a healthy community there, I just think it would make sense. So I was wondering if my...
Thanks.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Sophia, did you have something else?
I mean, just looking at some of the other... Oh, go ahead.
I just wanted to say, if it's okay, we'll bring some information back on that. We're not exactly sure who would hold the easement and who would monitor it, and we'll need to bring some of those details back. But we'll definitely look into that.
Typically, the easiest easements to monitor are the ones that are least prescriptive, but I think if you have a reference on that, we'd love to have that to kind of evaluate that.
Thank you. No, that's really good. So just looking at some of the other comments made, in terms of the riparian habitat, that Greg, thank you for all of the information that you provided. I guess the question truly of what would this project look like if there was no net loss of riparian habitat. I think to just give the context of how much square footage that we are having to do off-site, that may be in the document, and if you could just, like, if it's in there, you can point it out to me. But I think just to have that understanding of the justification for why we are needing to do some off-site mitigation would be helpful. And I do think it's a great idea for street trees, red alders or other trees that are useful. So thank you for that. And I know some of the suggestions are getting into more of those design elements. Like I imagine also the night sky lighting also would be something that would come up in design. Maybe so. I think that's something that I would be open to being looked at as well.
Night sky was actually addressed in the EIR, it ties to our land use code.
Thank you.
It's on page 68 of your final EIR, so you can take a look at the discussion there.
Thank you. I'm glad you have the encyclopedic knowledge of this. What was the page number again?
68.
Okay, thank you.
So any other questions? Do you guys, I'll wait till Karen comes back.
Ag conversion was another topic that came up that's also addressed on page 19, of the final EIR. So that's a good resource to dig into a little bit of the detail about the Innis Park and the mitigations associated with that.
So I actually need some clarity of what we've just decided or what we've directed you. Because what I'm thinking is like, okay, so we had the Foster West, East-West connection. And then we had the Foster East drives through the system. And then we had the two roads in the system connecting to Foster West, I believe. Is that what are you looking at? What did you take from this?
Yeah, I think we'll bring back a first blush analysis of, one, how feasible is each of the different alternatives that were discussed tonight. Two, what would that translate into in terms of the environmental impact report and the process related to that. And I mean, if the council is thinking that just adding a second access road, the one that was eliminated back onto Foster, resolves the concerns that you have, I think we'll focus our attention on that and looking at some of the concerns about whether or not there's some traffic calming or three-way stops, and we'll bring, focus more on that. I think some of the alternatives that were discussed, looping traffic through the subdivision and then providing an outlet on the, on the west side of the subdivision, were considered at the Planning Commission level and, various iterations of that. And that would likely require a recirculation of the document. We have elements of that analysis, but not, it's not consolidated, and it doesn't address some of the circulation objectives that the direct connection of Foster does. But we can bring that back for you.
Mm-hmm. And then, I'm thinking, this is, again, maybe getting into more detail, but since we're sitting here talking about, it would almost be interesting to have some kind of a program or something for the seniors that are there. This is going to sound all wrong, I think, but to have like carts, so like maybe the project comes with 30 electric carts. And so then they could, so since, a lot of seniors can walk, don't get me wrong, but you get to be 80, it's a little harder. And if you want to bring back groceries, it's kind of harder to carry it and stuff. But if there was some kind of like electric cart sort of replacing the fact that people would come in with a car, that could actually ease the impacts on this place and provide fun, really, for the seniors to go up. They feel like they have golf carts, just go up to Westwood Market, get some food. It just could be an interesting element to this. It could be more embracing of the senior element to it, and recognizing that we're trying to limit impacts of vehicles and things like that. So I don't know, exactly how we could tie that into a project necessarily, but I just was looking at it and thinking, God, I like that idea, because then the seniors could go up that little bike path thing and could cut over, and you would avoid a whole lot of cars, particularly they'd probably single person in a car just to go get some milk, you know?
We'll talk with the, first off, I want to recognize that Avalon and Catalina is the leader in electric cart transportation. So we'll look to them for that. But we'll talk to the applicant about how.
I'll go there and check it out for you. Yeah.
We'll talk to the applicant about that. I don't know how it fits within the decisions that are before you tonight, but certainly if there's if the city's involved in a tax credit project or, assistance for low-income housing project later on, we can evaluate whether that's a good, use of some of our funds.
Okay, well, thank you. And I knew it was like the wrong time really to bring it up, but I also just wanted to put the idea out there.
So, Karen, are you guys clear enough on where we are and what we've kind of agreed to? Good.
So I'd recommend that you make a motion to continue the hearing to your January 15th meeting. I believe the
16th. I will.
16th. I'm sorry, 16th. I believe the additional analysis that we have been requested to bring back, we can do between now and then.
Okay. So I'll make a motion to continue the hearing to January 16th, 2020.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
We're going to take a quick break.
Go wake up Michael.
So now we're going to resume the City Council meeting. See, the next is new business item B, accept the Zero Waste Task Force final recommendations report and provide direction to staff. Can I have a staff report, please?
Good evening, council members. My name is Emily Benvey, City of Arcata Environmental Services staff. So to provide a little bit of background before introducing the report, in April of 2017, the City of Arcata adopted a zero waste action plan. In 2018, the City Council formed a zero waste task force, which consisted of 7 appointed members. And so throughout the course of 2018, staff, myself, Julie Neander, and Marc Andre were liaisons to the task force, in which the task force looked at all the different goals and implementation measures of the Zero Waste Action Plan and determined how to best prioritize the goals and implementation measures, in addition to providing additional guidance on potential resources that might be needed, partnerships, stakeholders, and so fleshing out, for lack of a better term, all the different implementations within the Zero Waste Action Plan. And so with that, I would like to turn it over to Tall Chief Comet, the chair of the Zero Waste Task Force, to give the overall presentation, and then from there receive additional direction from council on where staff should take things.
That might still be here. So I'd like to thank the council and staff for the opportunity to serve on the Zero Waste Task Force, helping to provide information that assists the city in moving zero waste efforts towards the plant or away from the planning stage into the implementation part of it. And I hope the council finds the information useful from the report itself. I'd especially like to thank staff for all the support that they provided during the task force work. We certainly would not have been able to pull all the things together quite in the way that it ended up with as much efficiency without their help. So I'm going to try and be brief and then open it up for questions or any things of interest that the council may have from the report itself with assistance from staff. But I did want to highlight 2 aspects of the task force report. One is that we really put a lot of emphasis on trying to understand and try and insert into the recommendations the partnerships that are going to be necessary for this. That comes from a couple of different aspects, not the least of which is that most of the Zero Waste Plan tasks and the goals that are outlined in it really are, I would say, quite comprehensive and far-reaching, and the resources it takes to do this are going to be way beyond what the city staff has to do that work, and it's going to take a collaboration that extends throughout the region and the immediate community. So we put an emphasis on trying to make sure that we at least provided some indication of the various partners. A lot of them are recurring or similar throughout various parts of the report and the implementation recommendations, as you might expect, because there are several entities in the area that have ongoing work or logical connections to zero waste efforts. The second is that I wanted to make sure that we highlighted how we were going to prioritize a lot of the information that was digested and put forth through the report. We tried to design something that was going to be at least as objective as possible. And the 2-step matrix approach that we used to score and rank the various parts of the, I'll say the recommendation plan or the way that we constructed it, provided a way for individuals to go through and rank the information or score it. And then it was aggregated so that it started to blend not just the individuals' scoring, but it reflected the entire task force's thoughts and also, I'll say, direction that we needed to go. So a lot of times in similar efforts, I've seen where a particular group might not have a quantitative way or a more objective way to try and provide this. This approach definitely was worthwhile, and I think was surprising in some ways, but in a good way. So I think it provides as best a result in the time and resources that we had available. I guess the last thing I just want to say is that I look forward to having HSU in various capacities partner with the city. Anything that I can do through the Office of Sustainability and connecting various faculty, grad students, anyone else on campus through the process that starts to develop for implementing a lot of these recommendations and the tasks for, or the plan itself. Happy to do so and look to be of service in any way. So once again, thank you for the opportunity, and I guess we can open that up for questions or any further clarification from staff.
Thank you for your work on this. Thank you to our staff. I mean, it was really great to be able to kind of go through and see the decision-making process, and I think it all really makes sense to think about, okay, who needs to implement, what are the resources? Given that there is a lot of repetition in terms of the partners, and given that task forces usually have, you know, an ending to them, they don't always go on forever. I'd be curious if what is the thought of the task force on where we go from here to work with these partners, because it seems like we have some stakeholders that would, you know, like you representing HSU, we have, you know, Recology that's at the table, but then there's also those partnerships with HWMA and Zero Waste Humboldt. So I guess I'm just curious about, like, what are your thoughts on what those next steps are for building those relationships to really move forward these priority goals?
Well, I can only speak for myself,
Sure.
since that wasn't something that we as a task force specifically addressed to any of the representatives that might have been there, but also community members representing Zero Waste Humboldt or others that came to the meetings or gave presentations. But I think the way that the recommendations are outlined, there are a lot of components of it that it does say that city staff will initiate or facilitate some of those connections. But I think beyond that, it would seem from the discussions that we did have that both Recology, Zero Waste Humboldt, others are aware of the report. They're aware of the plan, and they're going to be probably more than receptive to any overture or potentially contacting the city to say, well, we see that this has come out. How would you like to engage, you know, in next steps? I don't think it's hard for me through the work in my office at the university to use a lot of the components of this to shop around to the various faculty and groups on campus that I have connections with and interact with on a yearly basis. There's several courses that routinely invite staff from my office or myself to come provide, I'll say, seed ideas for projects on campus, and a bunch of these fit very nicely within those type of ideas that could easily just be facilitated, you know, in a, I don't even want to say a brief way, but just plant that idea and here are the connections that you can make. It could be even more formalized through a process that our group has been looking at, that's been implemented in a lot of other universities. It started out, I may get the terminology wrong, but it was an EPA program, and now it's morphed into a city year program, I believe is the term that's being used now. And it's basically a formalization of having municipal entities use courses, faculty, and grad students in a more formalized way to do particular work that the city needs done that they don't have either the resources or staff to do directly. And it strengthens that partnership. So you're bringing experiential learning opportunities from the university and faculty that have the expertise and training in those disciplines to marry those two things together. And they usually provide a formalized document of deliverables of what the faculty and students will work on and provide it back to the city. That's also an avenue that we've talked about. We have not implemented it yet, but that could be a next step, at least from the university side. Our current president at the university is very much asking all of us at the campus to think of ways to strengthen the community partnership. So that would be one way we could do it. But I do know that the other stakeholders, but also task force members, seemed eager in the appropriate spots of the recommendations to engage, appropriately in any of those. Does that answer your question? Yeah.
I know it was kind of a broad question, but I think you bring up great examples of kind of how beyond city staff initiating, which I know, again, I fully trust to do, but the other partnership part of it of helping with the execution. So I feel like you illustrated that really well. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Susan?
I don't really have any questions or thoughts right now, to be honest.
Anything, Brian?
I guess I'm kind of like, well, where do we go? How do we start this action? And I guess that's to staff to say, hey, we can move on some of these and other ones where you need to research deeper.
Yeah, I just want to first thank Chair Comet and the task force, Emily and Julie, for working hard on this for the year. Really what we now have is a real focused roadmap to implement through work plans, through the next year's budget, and then year after that, and a way to monitor and really start picking these things off because they're prioritized now. So I think part of the answer is implementing this in our work plan for the city and in the budget for you to approve and to be able to reflect back to some of these priorities and keep this as our kind of our monitoring to verify our progress. You have a list here. I have to put my glasses on to see it, but why don't you cover it, Deputy Director?
So I think Mark did a great job of the big picture. Where do we go from here? Some things that we're currently focusing on, I thought it would be good to bring up. So for one, we have a CalRecycle food waste prevention grant that we got toward the end of May. It goes until April of 2021. Snapshot of that is that over the course of the grant term, so we're partnering with, as a matter of fact, HSU, City of Eureka, and Food for People. So it's 4 partnerships. It's something I don't think the city has ever done in this way. And so our ultimate goal is metrically to divert 85 tons of food over the 18-month grant term. In addition, it's to provide a lot of good outreach and a concerted, consistent messaging effort. So that's one way that we're currently implementing the plan. In addition, we continually seek funding opportunities. Generally, the funding comes through CalRecycle, so we're very keyed into the different funding opportunities and workshops and keeping our finger on the pulse there. But we always are looking for a broad number of funding sources to help implement some of our zero waste programs. Part of the CalRecycle grant and also part of the single-use disposable ordinance, I'm paraphrasing there, but the single-use, the takeout foodware packaging amendment to the polystyrene ordinance in longhand. So that, as well as our CalRecycle food grant, dovetail together well to really help bolster our one-on-one business audits, which we started doing back in, gosh, I want to say 2015. So 2015, we started engaging one-on-one with businesses to see what are you doing, what are your needs, how can we help you, where do we go from here. Part of that is also to comply with our AB 1826 organic diversion requirements. So this is all to say that we have a different avenues in which we can keep working one-on-one with a lot of our local businesses. That's really big in getting that buy-in and that behavior change. As I referenced a moment ago, we're working on the amendment to the polystyrene ordinance, which will encompass disposable foodware packaging, as well as a separate ordinance for bottled beverage, single-use bottled beverage containers on city facilities, which we'll be bringing to you in the new year. And then in addition, ongoing, we continually work to strengthen our partnerships with the local organizations, with the Solid Waste Local Task Force. I can personally say I've been in touch with HSU quite regularly as things come up and opportunities arise. So we're on each other's radar, so to speak. So that's all that we're working on right now. In the near term, we'd like to revamp our construction demolition plan and outreach and work with our local contractors and helping them to minimize the construction and demolition debris going to the landfill. We are working on, or we would like to work with some of our partnering groups to look at some of the different litter sources that we're seeing as a result of a lot of the different community cleanup days to gain insight to what potential additional materials bans we might seek to implement or work toward. And then again, really working on an effective public outreach and education strategy in that one of the overarching themes of the Zero Waste Task Force is how challenging it is to really incite that behavior change. So the education and the outreach is one piece, but what we're trying to work toward is getting that behavior change. And so how do we do the best job we can do surrounding that?
Emily, how about single-use plastic straws?
So single-use plastic straws right now are prohibited by the state, or I should say the regulation is provide upon request. Single-use plastic straws, however, would be incorporated in the disposable foodware packaging ordinance amendment we're working on.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
This is a question for, I guess, TC and Mark, that we at various times have had food waste composting programs at HSU and in conjunction with the city. Could you give us a sort of a brief history and where we stand as far as food waste composting here in the city and at HSU?
I guess I could go first. Currently, we're probably one of the largest diversion entities going to vermicomposting in the area. HSU is diverting about 130 to 140 tons a year of food waste organics to a local contractor who's doing vermicomposting. That I won't say is problematic, but it is it's done in such a way that it is very subject to volatility of environmental conditions, weather conditions, and things, especially during the winter months. So we think it's successful. It's a very labor-intensive action for the university. It would be nice to have a regional or at least a larger partner process to where it would be a little more certain. Not subject to quite as much, uncertainty for weather conditions and things, and also using the leverage of HSU as a large producer and economies of scale to bring others in to make that a more robust system. That's my perspective on it, but I think we're doing a pretty good job from the university's side. In addition, we do have a small, I'll say it's demonstration, but it's beyond demonstration. It's actively composting on-site through an earth tub system that the city is also using for some of their diversion through a student group that does all the labor and running of that program.
Do you have an estimate of what percentage of food waste is being diverted into composting?
You mean as far as the total throughput generated through HSU? The last time that we did that estimate, we were somewhere at about the 28 to 29% of the 32% possible of our total waste stream. But we have not had a commercial audit done since we started that entire process. So I can't say that with more certainty, but based on what our original commercial audit numbers were, we had a potential of about 32% of our waste stream at that point in time could be diverted as an organics diversion material stream. And we were reaching, like I said, about the 28 to 29% of that total. So we were getting really close.
A very high percentage.
Yeah.
So at one time there was cooperation between HSU and the city and some of the larger food waste generators. What's happened with that now?
Well, HSU is leading the way on this, and we want it to spread to be as robust as HSU in the community. And the city has a modest program with our own facilities in terms of, but it's adding up. It's tonnage with our digesters. Backyard composting is still our biggest effort in the residential, but this is, as you know, this is an area that's heavy, it's wet, and there's a lot of tonnage, and there's a lot to gain by trying to seek more diversion from this sector. The schools have vermiculture, many of them in the city, but in terms of partnerships with larger, like the hospitals and things like that, and HSU for things. FoodWorks is really where we're working internally, but I'll let Deputy Director Neander add to that. But I just wanted to say that the city manager and I, Deputy Director Neander, met with our green waste contractor a few months ago. They were looking at putting together a greenhouse gas calorie cycle grant to improve their facility for green waste. We were trying to encourage them to have an element of food waste in there, a starting point to expand from. That wasn't quite ready for prime time, but we're looking at those opportunities. There's another funding source, I believe, coming up for food waste that we're going to try to seek out and trying to get more entities to use some of these smaller on-site composters, like for large multifamily units and things like that. But that's going to take some staff time and some demonstrations and demos. It's pretty common in British Columbia, we've found, for multifamily units to have on-site digesters. So there's a lot to do with that, and a lot of potential, though. I think a lot of good payback if we can figure it out. We don't have a utility scale or a large scale regional facility yet that's within any distance of driving, but it needs to be within at least 10 or 20 miles to make it work for collection. Anyway, do you guys want to add to that one?
I'll add just a little bit. So Emily mentioned that we are working with our local businesses, and many of them do already divert their food waste through, I think, a local, it might be the same one that HSU uses, and we also work with them really on waste prevention of food waste, so really looking at how they can do that as well. And then the local task force, which is a It's just it's the cities that really are partners with HWMA. We get together, it's usually quarterly, and we have really been looking at what can we do, because food waste and organics diversion is really a priority for the state, and so really looking at how we can work collaboratively regionally as well as individually. So those are some other things to keep going with.
What I would have liked to see is more references to what's currently being done, because that was not clear from the report. Because I mean, the way it's written now, it looks more like this is something new that we're doing rather than we're building on existing programs of the city and existing programs of HSU, and
okay.
have more references to that and more thoughts about having that in mind.
So one thing I would draw your attention to is in the matrix that's attached in two different ways as appendices to the report that discusses the overall ranking of each implementation measure. If you look all the way on the right-hand side, there's a column that's completed / in progress. So that goes measure by measure and discusses which of the Zero Waste Action Plan implementation measures are completed or in progress. So that should give at least general understanding of what we're working on versus what we haven't begun working on and what's been completed.
And also the reference to recycling market development, it seems like in the past there was a heavier emphasis on that than there is in the current report. I don't know if that's a change in emphasis or just you have limited space and things were summarized rather than going into detail.
So the recycling market development zone is a specific overlay, if you will. And then, so that's one aspect. And then there's the general concept of economic development surrounding zero waste. And so the recycling market development zone is called out specifically in a number of different measures. And then in the beginning of the report, the overarching theme of economic development is certainly discussed as recurring.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just wanted to bring forward, so I'm a diehard composter, and so we have the old-fashioned ones that the city used to give out, the green ones that are straight up and down, and they had
two top and the bottom.
Yeah, and that shape was actually kind of handy, because the thing is with composting, at least my experience is you have to actually seal it from rats. And so what was nice about that shape is you could take a wire, like a chicken wire, but even smaller, whatever you call that, and put it around it and seal it, and we were able to keep the rats out of it. And then I haven't paid enough attention, so I almost didn't bring this up, but then I thought I would I haven't paid enough attention to the composting bins that we now have, but I believe they have kind of a drawer thing or something, because I thought I saw some.
A door that opens.
A door at the top?
At the bottom.
Oh, at the bottom. Yeah, see, that's problematic. Because actually, I was thinking about this because my daughter was even like, I want to compost, but I can't because I had too much trouble with raccoons and things getting in hers. And she had some kind of a loose system going that she had inherited from the previous person who lived there. And I was like, well, sure, we can get you one from the city. But then I was thinking about it, and I was thinking, how are we going to keep rats out of it? And with the fact that it has a side opener, it doesn't allow itself to be encased in wire mesh with then just the lid on it, and then we put a weight on the lid at our house. That's what we do. So I just wanted to bring that forward because if there's any way maybe to choose a different style, or maybe those are working for people, I'm not sure, because I see a lot of them kind of sitting in people's backyards like they thought it was a good idea, but then it didn't work because they didn't know how to control it, and often they can't control the rats, and that becomes really problematic.
I've used the newer version, and we just put a
Piece of plywood.
well, no, we just put like netting or what you did.
Underneath?
Yeah, we just put it underneath when we installed it. So maybe there's just recommendations we can give to people to do that, but that seemed to work
Generally, we do, when we hand out or when we distribute the compost bins as they're purchased, we recommend putting a wire underneath so that creatures can't come in from the bottom. And we have a pamphlet, a how-to pamphlet. That being said, we haven't gotten any negative feedback that I'm aware of from the public on as far as whether or not they're problematic, but we'll certainly keep that in mind and look at other options. I don't see why not.
I don't mean to make a problem if there's not a problem. I haven't worked with those, and so I was thinking about getting one for my daughter, and then I was thinking, how are we going to make sure it's sealed? So I wasn't really sure. And then, yeah, I mean, I don't know, I guess that maybe because we have, because the kind we have, that goes back maybe 20 years ago or something. So we had to actually cover the whole thing. We had to put a bottom, sides, and then the top fits on, and we put a weight on it. And then that works really beautiful. And actually, I need 3 of them, and then I've got a perfect system. So that's what I've got at my house right now, and it works really well. But, anyway, I guess I just wasn't sure, like, if you just put wire under the bottom, does it seal well enough? I mean, so the rats don't get in there? Because it's some part of me, and I've even seen those doors, they're kind of a little loose. I don't see how that would keep rats out. Doesn't make sense to me.
I think the ones we have now are pretty rugged.
Well.
If you put hardware cloth, we haven't received too many complaints, and they keep going out the door. By the way, they make great gifts, so we have some in the hallway right now.
Very good.
As
seen on
My
TV.
daughter's getting for Christmas. Thank you, Mark. You solved it.
When I use that newer version, the first time I did it, I put it on some wood. And then, of course, after a year or two, it rots, and you got to replace it. And I've gone to using paver stones because whatever moisture can go through, but the stones are close together so that nobody can get through it. You can't put your little plastic screw into it, but once you have some weight there, it doesn't move around anyway. So I've had real good success with paver stones. 4 16 by 16s works perfect.
We have a 20-year-old one, and that seems to be working fine. So, public comments. So if any member of the public would like to comment on this item, please come forward.
Actually, that's so funny that you talked about that because I have one complaint about the composting bins is that they're really hard to turn your compost without it coming apart, and so pretty much mine has become a cold compost, which I'm not really opposed to, but it does kind of stink in the summer. But other than that, I was just hoping that we could make them less expensive because, like you said, you need more than one. I think they're $25 or $35. I can't remember how much, but and you only get one per family. And so I was wondering, can we make them cheaper? And then can we extend that discount to more than one per household? I actually had my neighbor buy one for him, and then he brought it over to my house since anyway. And then, and then like for low income people, could they just get it for free? And I don't know if this is kind of like out in the boonies thing, but like I know that universities don't pay property taxes, right? Am I wrong? And so I feel like HSU is kind of indebted to us and should be like, we should be asking a lot of them as like a part of this community. We should be, just like everybody has a smart meter, we should be tallying their energy usage. We should be assessing that. We should definitely be getting services from them as to like, and the students should be getting paid a livable wage when they work in the city by the university. I just feel like they get to use our cops, they get to use our firemen. We should get something from them more than just tourism, I guess. Yeah. So thank you.
Thank you.
When it comes to composting, I just want to, and food waste, the Home Away from Home project, where the students and the community members came together at a potluck, one of the things, behavior change is like a really important thing. And one of the things that the leaders of this Home Away from Home thing would do would announce that we were composting the food, but it starts with what you put on your plate so that things don't end up going into the food waste because you're not eating it and you took it. So, I mean, it runs the gamut of large scale down to small scale, but the component we really have to put in there is the education and the behavior change of how we've been doing it. And again, it goes back to no more business as usual. When it comes to any type of waste and product that's single use or whatever, you know, I tell people and I give them a brown paper bag where I work. The rule is you have to use it at least 3 times before you throw it away, type of thing. And it becomes a joke, but people kind of get it. So what we really need to do in community, you know, with this whole zero waste thing is, you know, do the preventative in the beginning and talk about the behavior change and just do the education. So I'm glad to hear that component is, you know, part of this whole thing. And so don't put so much food on your plate if you're not going to eat it, as my mom would say.
Thank you. Would anybody else like to comment on this? Okay. Close public comment. Any other comments from council?
I guess, is there, I know we're supposed to give direction to staff. I mean, for me, it's like, go forth with what has been recommended. I mean, I think it'll just depend on those conversations with partners if some things will rise to the top sooner than others, but I trust you to, you're already doing great work, so.
Yeah, I think we can give you periodic progress reports, staff reports.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to thank you. I want to thank staff, and I want to thank the task force for all the work, because it's obvious that you put a lot of work into it, a lot of thought. All the prioritization is great. I haven't spent a huge amount of time reading this, to be perfectly honest, so I'll spend more time reading it, and it was just such a big pack that we had tonight. I didn't quite get, I thought it was just a report, so I didn't think, anyway.
Well, thank you. It has a very, very broad coverage and a lot of implementation details, so thank you for that.
To say one more thing, I think that was, you know, I think when we first got the composting bins, they were free. There was a time period. I thought I recalled that. Anyway, that's my memory. But I think that's not, if there's any way that we could afford that, or maybe we can start a program where people, you know, where we offer them to people that are lower income for free. I mean, you know, just because it is such a big part of our waste, it's heavy, and it's, you know, to be able to move that out of our waste stream could be worth that investment. Just something to think about, maybe.
Yeah, if you can figure out some way we could do that without, you know, being unconstitutional to those people that are just above the low income line.
We're always free to take it out of the general fund, aren't we?
Are you saying give away the
It's not a
composters?
property-related fee, so it's not the same issue as water and sewer services.
Mm-hmm. So,
But yeah, Karen is asking if it's gift of public funds. If you can make a nexus that it's for the public good, that there's a public benefit associated with providing these for free to certain segments of the population.
Yeah, I could make that nexus. I could write up the.
yeah. Well, I hope, but yeah, that somebody would, I'm not going to write it up, but.
Well, I mean, perhaps given that it sounds like other zero waste recommendations are going to get incorporated into the budget. That might be one of the things that can kind of fit under that.
Yeah.
Maybe just so, because you'll have to pencil that all out, but that seems like a good time.
Great. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Right. Next is item C, recommendation to adopt resolution number 190-29, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata, amending resolution 178-14, designating streets subject to 2-hour time limits, and resolution 190-30, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata, amending resolution 178-15, designating streets subject to preferential parking. Could I have a staff report, please?
Good evening, Mayor, and good evening, Vice Mayor and council members again, and good evening, public, and good evening, staff. This is the most exciting topic. I was expecting or hoping to maybe have more people because this is a parking topic, but I'm surprised nobody's here. This is very unique for
It's
parking.
10 o'clock at night.
Yes. So first of all, we are here to make a few changes on the parking. One is for preferential parking and one is for timed parking. The reason we are here because we need your approval for that. 3 years ago, we started having meetings at the TSC to make some parking changes. In the sense, before that, we used to get a lot of comments, and we will take some time and we come back to you, and it was a continuous process all the time. So now, instead of doing that, what we have started doing in the last 2 years is we have one annual meeting for only related to parking at TSC, and we take all the comments, and in the next meeting, we address those comments, and we discuss the comments and what's with APD and TSC and city staff on the same table and the public, and what's best and what works. And based on those comments, we make a recommendation, and that's how we came up with these 2 changes for timed parking and preferential parking. So one, I will start with preferential parking, which is right here. One of the preferential parking is at 13th Street, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So here, see, in this map, you will see this is green is a preferential zone. This is the only one parcel that does not have green zone, and they want to get permit, but they are not able to get it. So it makes sense to include that in the preferential zone. So that's one of the recommendation. And other one is for the timed parking, which is on 10th Street between J and K, and this is a 2-hour parking currently. However, the reason this was put there because there used to be a business or dental place there, so that's why they had put 2 hours. But now that business has moved somewhere else, and people are requesting to remove that 2-hour parking. So,
Well, thanks.
Yeah.
That was brought up to me, that their exact spot.
Yeah, okay.
And I thought, good, thanks.
Okay, so that's what's happening through resolution. We are making those changes, adding that and removing that 2-hour parking. And at the same meeting, we did receive other comments, which is in your staff report, and I will maybe read. There are 9 comments that we received, and I would like to read it because I think they are important, and you guys have heard about it, and it's good for everybody to know. Potential preferential parking or no overnight parking zone in Valley West area. That was one of the comments we received. We are not going to address them today, but these are the comments that we received, so I'm just reading them. Number 2 is remove HSU in session from parking signs around HSU neighbor and Northtown. And this will come back to you in, I'm hoping, February. We will bring back this to you for that change, because that needs an ordinance change in our municipal code to make, because we have multiple signs throughout the city, and to remove that, we need, that's the process.
I'd just say quickly, so the confusion around that is that when we have always run our parking program on the identical as Humboldt State runs their parking program, but nobody in the city thinks of HSU being in session in the summer. So a lot of people get tickets by parking there, thinking the sign says when HSU is in session, and they assume HSU is not in session. So, I mean, and the easiest solution is just to remove the when HSU is in session and just actually leave those parking restrictions up year round. Will be the recommendation that'll be coming forward.
Yes. Number 3 is a request for additional signs at various locations, and there was sign missing in front of Wildflower Cafe. Number 4 is to create hash marks in areas to outline parking spaces, especially in the plaza area. Double the allowed time for parking, and in turn double the fine for staying too long. That was one of the comment. Allow business owners to purchase a parking pass, which we do. Time park along 8th Street between L and M Street. And number 8, expand the 2-hour parking zone to include J Street between 9th and 11th and 10th Street between J and K Street. And alternative would be to establish this area as a resident permit zone. Number 9, dedicated parking for Arcata Library during open hours. And number 10, additional parking on Eastern Avenue. Out of the all these items, item number 3 and 9, we can address easily through work order, because library has been requesting this for quite a while. So we will be dedicating 2 or 3 stalls in front of the library for library use only, and that we could do through a work order system. And the remainder item, we will discuss with staff and again at TSC, and we'll see if we can bring this back to you at some time in the future. I think that's all I have on parking today. I'm sure we will have more on parking in future, if it's not at 10 o'clock.
Yeah.
Any questions?
I was willing to make a motion, but I don't know if you want to open it up to public comment first, or I can.
All right, I will go ahead and open this to public comment. So anyone who would like to comment on this, please come forward. Seeing no one, I will close public comment.
Okay, I will make a motion to adopt resolution number 190-29, amending resolution number 178-14, designating streets subject to 2-hour time limits, and resolution number 190-30, amending resolution number 178-15, designating streets subject to preferential parking.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Next is hold a public hearing to consider abatement and or receivership for the properties listed at 3555 and 3525 Curtis Avenue, Arcata, California. Assessor's parcel number is 507-021-001 and 507-021-012, and adopt resolution number 190-38, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Arcata ordering the abatement of a nuisance and the filing for a receivership regarding 3525 Curtis Avenue and 3555 Curtis Avenue. Could I have a staff report, please?
Yes, good evening again. So this is, first part is a public hearing, to holding a public hearing, so nobody is here from the owner's side to represent. However, I would like to mention that we did receive a call when we sent the first letter, and after one communication after that, we have not received any calls or communication from the owner. So you have seen the staff report. It's in your packet. However, there is a presentation that Nelson has prepared, and he will walk over that. Anytime, if you want to have a question, you can stop us, and we'll answer your questions. Okay, Nelson.
Good evening to the council members. My name is Nelson Membreno. I'm the building official for the building departments. And for the last 5 months, we were trying to abate the 2 properties at 3555 and 3525 Curtis Avenue. And we sent several notice to abate the property, and the property owner has in contact our department to start doing the any steps to abate the health and safety violations on these two properties. So I'm going to show you a video and some pictures, and I'm going to show you all the health and safety code violations that these two properties are, committing already. So we're going to start the presentation right now. Let's see, we're going to show you the site location. And over here, it is located at the end of L.K. Wood Boulevard. It's at the end. And we have, it is close to a mile from the HSU. And all the students, walk, from all these apartments, So it's been, affecting the students, But if we, keep going, I'm going to show you more pictures and a video. Let's see. Let's see. Where? Oops. This one. All right, here. Okay. Everybody's gonna fall asleep. This is the way it looks, on December the 4th. But we're gonna show you pictures when we started the abatement procedures, and it's not gonna be that long. Then it's just another minute. All of this, I did a research on all the building permits located in this property, and I didn't find any building permits. All of this is done without a building permit, and it's going to show that nobody has inspected this property.
Do you have any pictures before the fire, Nelson?
Yes, I'm going to show you those pictures before the fire.
Before the fire.
Before the fire, yes.
Is this how it looks now?
Yeah, this is the way it looks right now.
My memory is that past the property that it goes downhill and then intersects with L.K. Wood.
Yes. Mm-hmm. We're almost at the end. Okay, let's continue with the pictures. So first, we're gonna talk about all the California Health and Safety Code violations. We're gonna just name the big section is section 17.920.3, and I'm just gonna name the whole thing because it's important to name all the life and safety situations that we're gonna see on the pictures. So any building or portion thereof, including any dwelling unit, guest rooms, or suites of rooms, or the premise on which the same is located, and which there exceeds any of the following listed conditions to an extent that endangers the life, limb, health, property, safety, or welfare of the public, or the occupants thereof, should be deemed and hereby is declared to be a substandard building. Okay, we have another more sections that we're going to have, and the most important ones. We have functioning water closets. We're going to show pictures that they don't have any functioning water closets on showers, and they also don't have any running water, and lack of garbage removal, faulty weather protection. Keep moving on let's see. As a definition, we have that it's an unpermitted structure. That, by definition, that's unsafe structure already. So all buildings or portion thereof occupied for living, sleeping, cooking, or doing dining purposes that were not designed or intended to be used for these occupancies are unpermitted structures. And then another is hazardous plumbing connections. And that's another section. And again, continued with hazardous plumbing equipment, lack of connection to required sewage disposal system. And another section is faulty weather protection. So this one, I'm gonna name it because I'm gonna show you some pictures of it. Deteriorated or ineffective waterproofing of exterior walls, roof, foundation, or floors, including broken windows or doors. And then another section is hazardous mechanical equipment and hazardous electrical wiring. That's another section that I'm going to show you the pictures pretty soon. And then the final two code violations are hazardous fire-resistant construction and the California Plumbing Code, Section 306.2, hazardous discharges. So I'm going to start showing you the pictures. This is the main entrance. This is the way it looked before the fire happened. This is the 3525 Curtis Avenue. This is on August the 8th, 2019. And we're going to start showing pictures all around the property. This is a dilapidated building. We have garbage accumulation throughout the whole property. Walls, exterior walls, falling down. And then again, another picture on the backyard. Water heater is and branches on top of the roof. Again, more garbage accumulation. Another building. We have dilapidated walls falling, more garbage accumulation throughout the whole property, and garbage accumulation. And then substandard sets of steps, they just build it like that. And over here, you're gonna see this. They have an outdoor shower tub, and it's just discharging on the ground, and it's destroying their steps. So I'm gonna show you that on another picture.
Is there anyone living there now?
No, we red tag it. I'm gonna show you the red tags right now. This is the next picture. So we red tag it on August the 8th, 2019. And then and this is the way it looked, the property burned down several days after we red tag it. But this is 3525 Curtis Avenue. We're gonna move on to the next property. And that one doesn't have any building permits connected to that property. Everything that you're gonna see, it was built without building permits. So let's keep on going. This is the main entrance of 3555 Curtis Avenue. You clearly see, this is just a 2x4 is holding the whole porch. And you can see, the roof this is not an approved product to cover any roof. So right there you can see that, they didn't have any building permits to build any of this. And then we're gonna keep showing. I like to show you this picture. This is the outdoor tub, and everything is discharging to the ground. And I'm gonna show you another picture. It's gonna show you a really dangerous situation on the other side. So this is the unsafe living conditions inside the property, inside the building. You can see, let me see, plastic right here as a weather protection. They don't have anything. We have a lot of garbage around the inside the building. The other side, it's hard to see it, but all of this is just soil, ground. And everything is connected like that to the ground. So nothing is not connected to foundations. If something happened, this building is gonna just fall down. Luckily, nobody's living there anymore. And then this is the other side of the picture. They have no weather protection. They just up here. There is no supports to hold all this, porch. This is the red tag on 3555. It was done on August the 8th, 2019. And we're gonna show you outside the property, outside the front yard. And these are mattresses. And As you can see, it's again full of garbage all around it. And this is the main entrance again. This is the soil, and all these walls are connected to the ground. And there is no foundation connected any of the building. And then roof. So it looks like, this is a substandard building that doesn't even have any permits at all. And then again, this is the dangerous situation that I want to just point out. Everything is, we had all the plumbing is going on the ground, all the illegal discharge, but you have a main panel right here, electrical panel. So it is 2 feet from the main source of power for the other building. So right here, it's just so dangerous that we asked the PG&E to turn off the powers, all the utilities, the same day.
Where's the water coming from?
They just got a hose. I don't know where they connected to it, but maybe they go out and get it from somebody else. But you can see that it was there were illegal discharges from the top to the ground.
Mm-hmm. Did you say you had PG&E disconnected?
Yes, we disconnected those, the 2 properties the same day. And I'm going to show you all the events, the listed events, how we trying to send the abatement letters to the property owners, and they haven't contacted us, to abate any of these health and safety violations.
Where do they live?
Right here in Arcata.
Oh, they live in Arcata,
Mm-hmm.
property owners. Oh, okay.
So there used to be, just to answer your question, there used to be a water meter, and now it's disconnected. So they had a connection through the city.
On the other side, on the other property. Let's keep on going. So we posted the first notice to abate the nuisance on August the 14th, 2019. This is the posting on one of the properties. This is a closer look. And then we didn't have anybody contact. We just got one call from the lawyer, but that we asked him to talk to Nancy, and after that we didn't hear from them at all. So that's the reason that we sent the second notice, and we posted on that notice on September the 4th, 2019. And we performed another site visit on September the 27th, and we confirmed that the nuisance is still on the properties. And this is the third posting of the nuisance on November the 4th, 2019. And then let's see, I'm gonna start reading the sequence of events. These 2 properties, this is not just the first time that the city's been dealing with this property. It's been have a lot of health and safety code violations through the years, but we finally started a new procedure, and we're trying to get it abated, get it done. We're not going to leave it like this. It has been affecting the neighbors all around it, and we're going to show you some letters. I think you have it already, and we're going to ask the police chief, to give us, his thought on it. Okay. So we have some complaints, on June the 8th, 2019, and we performed a site inspection and discovered numerous code violations and red tag the properties. At the same day, we call and ask PG&E to shut off the utilities due to unsafe conditions. And we, on August the 14th, 2019, we sent by certified mail to the property owners, Hannah Lee Bohen and Paul Roach in Arcata, California, ordering correcting within 14 days. On September the 2nd, 2019, upon inspection of properties, our department confirmed that the continued existence of substandard housing conditions. As a result, I generated and sent the second notice of nuisance dated September the 4th, 2019. This is the same day up here. We send the second notice of nuisance. And then on November the 1st, 2019, we performed another site visit, and we again confirmed that the continued existence of substandard housing conditions, and again, we send and we generate and send the third notice of nuisance and also an assessment of administrative penalties and notice to appear and show cause before the City Council on abatement of nuisance dated November the 4th, 2019. And this is the same notice, the notice it, and with it shows, explained, that on November the 4th, 2019, we notified the owners by the third notice of nuisance assessment of administrative penalties that because of the violation of the building official's order to correct, the properties are subject to assessment of an administrative fine in the amount of $100 per day or $4,000 for the time period of violations from September the 25th, 2019 to November the 4th, 2019. That's 40 days times 100, that's $4,000, and continuing to accrue at the rate of $100 per day until paid. And then let's define the two events on November the 25th, 2019, as certified U.S. mail, and on November the 25th, 2019, as prepaid first-class mail. The building official notified the owners of a hearing on the abatement of the substandard building and nuisance conditions at the properties to be held on December the 18th, 2019, before Arcata City Council at City Hall at 6 p.m. to give the owner an opportunity to present evidence, cross-examine witnesses, and subpoena any witnesses. And finally, the last events that I had to report on November the 26th, 2019, our department recorded all the nuisance, notice of nuisance in the official record of Humboldt County as instrument number 2019-021297 and 2019-012129. And finally, our recommendation is to the City Council to adopt resolution number 190-38 to order the property owner to correct the violations, abate the nuisance, and pay the assessed administrative penalty, or if the property owner fails to correct the violations, authorize the building official to abate the nuisance conditions and the city manager and city attorney to initiate receivership proceedings, and C, authorize the city manager to collect the administrative penalty in accordance with Arcata Municipal Code Section 1221 if not paid. And now I want to see if, the chief of police give us his testimony and how these two properties are, impacting the neighborhood.
And just while he's getting himself settled, I want to point out that in the resolution, the order to the property owner to abate that would be coming from the City Council is to abate the nuisance and pay the administrative fine within 30 days from the issuance of the order.
Makes sense.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, City staff. My name is Brian Ahern. I'm the Chief of Police for the Arcata Police Department. And I thought Nelson did a phenomenal job pointing out, the issues that are going on with that property. It's led to a fairly significant volume and quality of life issues for the community members. I know Nelson said it's within a mile of the campus, but it's actually within about 50 feet of the Camp Curtis apartments, which there are HSU students that are staying there. And in fact, during one of our meetings in the city manager and I actually spoke with the parents and a recently graduated student who were moving out. She was transferring to another school, I think for her master's degree, but they did mention, some of the ongoing foot traffic through, the apartments. We've got, some call volume, some bicycle thefts from the apartments right there. And LK Wood Boulevard is an area, not just there on Curtis Avenue, but in other areas, basically north of Ridge, where it's somewhat of a target-rich environment. And I believe that this property really does represent a situation where if it's allowed to deteriorate, there is a criminal element that'll capitalize on that. And as you can tell, they don't have the means to upkeep property. In fact, they're not really concerned about that, and this really is an example of that. The problem is now it starts to impact the community, not even, the greater community, but just nearby. People who live within 50 feet, 100 feet are concerned about the foot traffic. They're concerned about being vulnerable to theft. They're concerned about the drug activity that takes place on those properties, children that are exposed to that. And then you see just the unsafe living conditions. It does not only impact the people who are staying on that property, but also those who live nearby. So 32% increase in incidents in 2019 compared to 2017 in that area of the city. And I have to think that a large percentage of that is related to that property, just because the owners did not do their due diligence to care for that property and allowed it to deteriorate to that condition.
So any questions from council?
Well, I guess I do have a question. So let's say they don't abate in the next 30 days, or if we pass this. And so then what would we do? We would assign a receivership, and that's some kind of somebody does that.
So that is, we're asking for you to give discretion to the city manager to determine if it's necessary to go through a receivership proceeding. The city would have to petition the court to appoint a receiver, and then the receiver has powers to use the property, if it has any value, to actually acquire loans, to then go in and do the construction, and the receiver has full powers. The abatement. The receiver has full powers to basically take over the property and clean it up, and then to recoup costs, including selling the property if necessary.
And then the city would have a lien for its fines or any...
The administrative fine is collected through many other different types of processes. This is the first time we've gotten this far in this is a relatively new provision the council adopted, primarily for building code violations, and from what I understand, it's been used in the past with payments that have been made, and so it hasn't had to go any further than this. And so the city adopted in that ordinance many different remedies, one being a lien that could be attached to the property, so we would collect through that process, and then others as well, collections or going to court to enforce. And so we are asking in that recommendation that you give the city manager authority to use her discretion to collect as appropriate.
One question that I have is, at what point would the city have the power to fence the property to prevent access?
30 days.
Mm-hmm. So at that point, it could be fenced before any cleanup activities were initiated on the property?
Yeah, in 30 days, the city can, through these summary powers that the council is granting, the city could begin to secure the property and clean up some of the more exterior types of problems that are associated with it. And those costs to the city would become recoverable whether we go through receivership or not, they're recoverable as a lien.
How about the trailer that's still there? I'm assuming that would be taken away.
Yes, that's correct. And that's probably the biggest task, because trailer removal is not a simple matter. It may involve hazardous materials disposal, depending on the trailer.
What is the current zoning of the property?
The current what?
Zoning.
Or land use designation.
That land use designation.
Yeah, I think it's residential low in that area.
And how big is the parcel?
It's 2.
So there are.
How big is each of the 2 parcels?
So there are 2 parcels. One is 2,700 square feet, and other one is 47 square foot. Yeah. Yeah, 27 and 4,700, approximately. Yeah. And they are on the hillside, and there's a bench.
Yeah, Community Development Director David Loya went out with our city engineer just to assess, are they really buildable lots, and we'd have to do some additional assessment. We do believe that there could be building sites for, at least 1 in an ADU, maybe 2 units, and there could be people interested in that. So, in the past, we've had 2 of these within the last few years. We've been fortunate that both of them have sold prior to having to go into receivership. I mean, I think the message that seems to be very clear to property owners is that the minute your property hits a receivership, you will get no value out of it. It's, very uncommon to see value come out that goes to the property owner on the other end. So it's in their best interest to, if they can, sell the property before it goes into receivership and retain that value themselves. That's what we've seen on the other 2. This property, quite frankly, has been very different than those. Other 2 have gone through. So, I mean, I think right now, to answer your question about the trailer, we'll need to research whether or not through this authority we could remove that trailer. Typically what we've done is removed any of the exterior trash, we've fenced and secured, we've put things inside the buildings, and we've boarded it up. So I believe that's what we would do in this case too, but we would not have, the receiver would have to grant authority to remove the trailer.
Is the property owner current on taxes on these 2 parcels?
Yeah, we don't know yet on that. We can check on that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it seems like they have some value. So, yeah, I appreciate the work. Thank you for all the documentation. That was interesting to see. And, yeah, it seems like we have to move on this. It's, because if we get it going now, at least it'll maybe get fenced, or at least, we worked on before the students come back, or, when they're, so I appreciate that. So with that, I'll make a motion to adopt resolution number 190-38 should I read the whole thing? To order the property owner to correct the violations, abate the nuisance, and pay the assessed administrative penalty. B, if the property owner fails to correct the violations, authorize the building official to abate the nuisance conditions and the city manager and city attorney to initiate receivership proceedings. And C, authorize the city manager to collect the administrative penalty in accordance with the Municipal Code Section 1221 if not paid.
Second.
All right. So if any member of the public or the property owner would like to comment on this property, please come forward. Seeing none, I will close public comment. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All right. Thank you. All right, next is oral and written communications. This time is provided for people to address the council or submit written communications on matters not on the agenda. At the conclusion of all oral and written communications, the council may respond to statements. Any request that requires council action will be set by the council for a future agenda or referred to staff. Speakers addressing the council will be limited to 3 minutes with a max, and we limited to 3 minutes, period.
Right, so I guess I can speak in the beginning and the end, huh? So next time I'll do that because I have 6 things to talk about. Maybe I'll go really fast. Number 1 is public bathrooms. I have 2 children, and the public bathrooms at the playgrounds are disgusting. The porta potties are, especially the one up at the Redwood Park, is always full to the rim, and it's gnarly. Also the one by the community center is pretty gross as well. I really would like to see like the one that we have on the plaza, like possibly, is there any way that we could have like a few of those all through the town? Because I go from long walks with these kids because we need to get out of the house, and I have to pee in yards, and I'm gonna get arrested at some point. So if there's any way that we could decriminalize going to the bathroom in this town, that'd be great. Also, for my child who's 4 now, he doesn't have diapers, and he's like pooping in fields and stuff like that, and then I have to. The public bathroom situation in this place is getting gross, and not to mention like the homeless people are peeing and pooping everywhere, and I love homeless people, and they need a place to pee and poop also. The park up at the Redwood Park, last time we were there, we found a pile of needles. So I'm really hoping that we could get one of those bins that they have all around Eureka for the safe needle exchange. So the whole Terrigen thing just happened, and I'm glad that it didn't go through because it's on sacred Wiyot land, and there are a bunch of other reasons. But it was brought up by Mike Wilson that the way that we live isn't sustainable, and he talked at length about this issue. And as we were looking at those pictures, I was thinking, I can barely see them because of how much light there is in here. So it's just like these little tweaks and things that we need to do. And I know that Cooperation Humboldt offered to partake in a campaign to use less energy throughout the county, and I would like to see the city of Arcata like really step forward with that and educate and, I don't know, initiate initiative and like for people to use less energy. I think the word I'm looking for. Also, 70% of our carbon emissions is public transportation, and I did some petitioning in front of the co-op, and everybody says that public transport around here really sucks. So is there any way that we can step it up a little bit and also not advertise Shell on the Redwood Transit, even though I think that's actually county? And then the last one is the Wiyot. We're on stolen Wiyot land. I know Cooperation Humboldt pays 1 cent per dollar, and I was wondering if this.
Could you wrap up your comments, please?
And I was just hoping that the city could do something similar. Thank you.
Just be real quick. When I first started coming to these city council meetings, part of it was about peace and nonviolence and compassion, and I had shared with the city manager and you information about organizations. And I just really think as we move into the new year, the new decade, the year 2020, I would like to again just really hope that the city of Arcata moves once again into the vanguard that it once occupied in leadership, in how we do things. And one of the things that I think would be really wonderful is if we really consider peace and joining the International Cities of Peace, the Nonviolent Cities Project out of Pache Bene and Campaign Nonviolence, and then joining and signing on to the Charter of Compassion, so we can truly claim to be and strive towards peace, nonviolence, and compassion in our community. And that goes along with my emphasis on climate emergency and adapting to a new world in a peaceful, nonviolent, compassionate way, because that's what it's going to take for us to survive. So thank you.
Thank you. All right. So next is council and staff reports. So start with staff.
Just wish you all a happy holidays, and our next meeting won't be until January 16th.
I'll skip mine tonight to be brief.
Yeah, I was only going to talk about street trees, but since I kind of worked that into an earlier one, I do want people to be thinking about them because I think they're important, and then I'll just wish everybody a happy holidays.
I just want to give a kudos. Chief Ahern, did you go away? Hi there, there you are. I just want to say the other morning, my husband and I were driving through Northtown before 8 a.m. and we both saw Chief Ahern out cleaning out a storefront for a local business owner. And just want to thank you for the attention to detail that you have for our community and the compassion you have. So thank you.
Well, I just want to wish everybody Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and joyous Kwanzaa, and happy holidays in general.